Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to start? So, good afternoon and welcome again to this second day of MediaFutures DemoDays. So, it's again an introduction to the project, but with different content, because many of you were here yesterday, so we try to actually present complementary aspects. So we will have this afternoon presentations of 4 teams involved in SMA, Startup Meet Artist. And we will have 2 keynotes then from former artists and participants from former cycles of the project, cohorts. Then we will have a presentation of the SFC, so the startups of the project. We will end up with a keynote by Gianni Riotta. We are very glad to welcome him today. And we will finish the day with the prize announcement. All right, so yesterday I started to introduce IRCAM. I will not do again the same introduction, so I will then propose you some to come more into details about what we do, in particular in relation to data. Just to remind that the main life cycle of IRCAM is really to have research aimed at technology production for artistic production. And so technology design driven by artistic production in contemporary music answers to very sophisticated needs that then can be applied to broader societal needs, and that's what we will see. And this technology is disseminated through a company, IRCAM Amplify, a subsidiary of IRCAM, and through our user group, IRCAM Forum. And if you are an artist or a company, you can register to it. It's basically free, and you have access to all the software we produce. There are hundreds of software pieces that you can access to. So I will just give a few examples of them. First, I would like to speak about music information retrieval, that is extraction of metadata from audio recordings. This is a very important aspect today in music distribution industry. You can basically extract features like the key, the chords, BPM, etc., and also learn categories like genres, mood, etc. You can also do cover detection, that is, you can recognize a song even if it's a completely different orchestration, etc. And you can also analyze automatically the audio quality. So for instance, if you had an MP3 file and it's encapsulated into AAFF or WAV file, it can be detected in the system. So if you have low quality encapsulated into a high quality content, then it can be detected. And so IRCAM has been a research leader of that field from the beginning. We have coordinated the first European project in that field. One of our startups was bought by Spotify a few years ago, and so we are very much involved in that. Okay, so then a more creative application of metadata, automatically extracted metadata, is a software called 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗀𝘆. So basically, you can enter sounds. These sounds are cut into small slices, and each slice is then indexed through a multidimensional metadata space, and you can basically navigate in real time in that space, and the system makes a real-time concatenation of these grains. So here we have entered song voice excerpts, and you see how we can navigate in that database. So I think the horizontal axis is pitch and vertical is loudness. Of course, you have many more dimensions that you can control, but here on 2D, you control that aspect. And the system also keeps sync with the beat. Okay, another data-related application is computer-aided orchestration. That is, a composer wants to have new ideas of combining instruments together in order to match an imaginary sound that she has in mind. And so here we have a target-based system. So basically we have a database of all possible sounds by all possible instruments. And then the system will automatically find the best combinations. Actually, there is no best solution, but the system, it's a multi-objective system. And so the system will find some of the best solutions. So for instance, here a bell. So this is the original sound. And you see the system finds this one. Or this one, which is slightly different. Then, of course, we can use it for more specific sounds. So here is a scream, so be careful, it's very loud. And here is what you get. So a typical example of Hitchcock orchestration, for instance. And we can have that also for dynamic sounds. So here, some drop sounds. And so this is what the system found. And we can even push it to its limit. So here is the rooster. And here is the orchestration. All right. Then in terms of deepfakes, we work a lot in voice processing, and there is a new concept of a broadcast in France, in public channels. 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗀𝗍𝗂 is a well-known interviewer, and his concept is to interview dead people. And so the character is completely synthetic, so both in terms of image and voice. And so IRCAM has done the voice synthesis. So this is Dalida, a well-known singer.
35 ans après sa disparition, je vais interviewer Dalida. Comment allez-vous?
Je suis bien ici. Je crois qu'à l'hôtel Gaëtan, j'ai enfin trouvé la paix.
𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗍𝗂 a dit que vous étiez une petite fille naïve qui ne connaissait rien au plaisir sexuel, c'est vrai?
Et comment savez-vous ça, Thierry? Vous savez, le plus dur, c'est pas de mourir. Le plus dur, c'est de recommencer à vivre.
And so the principle is to take a real actor, both for vision, but also for voice processing, and then to map the body and the voice to the target body and voice. And so it's a series, and there will be a next one very soon, and we are working on that. Okay, sorry. So another example of data management is computer improvisation. That interacts with a real performer. So here you have a saxophonist, and the computer doesn't know at all what the saxophonist will play, but the computer has a database of many accompaniments by pianist Bill Evans, and it has also modeled the relationship between melodies and the accompaniment, the piano accompaniment that have been made in relation to these melodies. And so here, it's real-time improvisation by the piano from what the saxophonist is playing. Okay, and now another example. Actually, we can here we use actually the frequency analysis of a voice, here Barack Obama, and to make Rhodes piano accompaniment.
That's how the greatest generation defeated fascism, yanked us out of the Great Depression, built the largest middle class in history. That's how young people from every background were able to suffer billy clubs, fire hoses, to ensure.
Right. And the last project I wanted to speak about is a project in the relations between hearing and taste. And Krug, which is one of the greatest champagne houses in Reims, they have a tasting room, and they want to have the best conditions of tasting. And we have designed a sound reproduction system and also sounds associated to each of the wines that are presented here. So each wine has specific characteristics, and these characteristics are given by some terms, an ontology of terms, if you like, that they have in wine. And we have made a mapping between this wine ontology and the sound ontology. And it worked quite well because we made people experts in wine listening to the sounds, and they recognize the wines. So you see, it's very interesting, this kind of study in ontology. So I just want to stop here. I just want to give a snapshot of what we do in relation to data. And now I give the floor to Gaëtan, who presents his work downstairs.
Thank you very much, Hugues. Thank you. And these were really amazing projects that we've just saw. Without much transition, I just want to say also thank you to IRCAM for hosting this event. I will try not to repeat too much myself because I also introduced yesterday with you, Hugues. But I forgot also to say thank you to the MediaFutures Consortium and its trust and for having made this project possible. So for those who were not here yesterday, so I'm Gaëtan Robillard. I'm a visual artist. I'm also a researcher. My artistic work focuses on an examination of modernity, on the production of generative environments, and I often involve inquiries in science, but also participatory work. And I will show you a part of this here. And my research is focused on early computer art and its traces and implications in the contemporary art and also in the digital art discourse. And as I said yesterday, I'm happy to have freshly printed the thesis that I will defend in November. So this is an upcoming event. And one of my co-directors is in the room. Thank you for having come, 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗄𝗍𝗄 from the 𝗖𝗲𝗂𝗲𝗄𝗐 Art School in Tours. So the project I'm presenting here is called Critical Climate Machine. It's a project that aims to quantify and reveal mechanisms about misinformation on global warming. It works with a machine learning algorithm embedded in a sculpture network. It also is made with a visualization and a sound installation, and you will be able to experience it downstairs. It's in the studio number 3, -2, so S2 in the elevator is the button. I'll be here the whole day, and also especially in the end of the day during the cocktail. I'll be here to welcome you in this space and to answer your questions. Here, this is some pictures showing the different labels of misinformation that the machine learning algorithm uses to label data collected from Twitter in real time. So while this machine analyzes the stream of misinformation, its activity overheats. I mean, the material overheats, and this heat is witnessed by the visualization. And this sound installation that surrounds the work presents dialogues between climate skeptics and climate advocates that are constantly refuting the first ones. It involves participatory work with students from Lycée International Noisy-le-Grand and Université 𝗢𝗂𝗍𝘆. It also relies on a game, on a serious game, where the students first were involved in learning about climate misinformation, identifying the misinformation and learning to refute it, but also learning about misinformation techniques in general. So the students were prepared and then involved in the interpretation of the dialogues. Later, at a later stage, we, with IRCAM, with researcher 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗄𝗍𝗂, we use these dialogues as data for to be interpreted by a machine learning algorithm, another one, involved in generative compositional approaches and improvisation. So a part was involving the IRCAM production in the studio. We actually mixed the sound where the installation is now presented, just for the background story. So that's it. I also, of course, thank many other people, a large team who is involved. I also must mention the scientists who were who helped me to and who supported the investigation in the machine learning models. So these are John Cook, Travis Cohn, Konstantin Boussalis, and Miriam Onenko. If they didn't say yes to my first questions to them, I wouldn't be here. John Cook is specialist in climate communication. And there's an interview you can find online on the blog of IRCAM where he explains where his research comes from. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for your listening. And see you downstairs in the installation. Thank you again. If you have questions.
I don't know if we have time for questions. Maybe not. Okay.
If we have one, I don't want to cut anything. Do we have questions? No? Okay, right. Cool. So yeah, so now we'll start with the presentation of the Startup Meets Artist track. So we have 4 teams of collaboration between one or a team of artists and a startup. Again, as yesterday, this is also for them like a big day of presentation after 6 months of residency and acceleration. And it's also selection for the final prize. So I would, ask the jury members to come to the front row. So you're here, okay, perfect. And maybe if it's okay for you, I'll just pass you the mic so that you can say who you are, so that the startups and artists can see you and know your background. Hannah, can we start with you?
Hi there, I'm Hannah Redler-Hawes. I'm a curator and I run the Data as Culture Art program at the Open Data Institute.
Hello everyone, this is Julia. I'm a research scientist. I'm leading the computational research line in 𝗢𝗰𝘁cie, the Technological Center of Barcelona.
So we already saw each other, right? So I'm in charge of research and innovation at IRCAM.
Hello, I'm the only French here. We are two. I'm Florence. I'm a managing partner in Tinergy. We are a consulting firm working on innovation, and I'm expert on media.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marielia. I'm director of innovation in the 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗏, and I'm in charge of an incubator, 𝗧𝘂𝗏 Factory. We have inside the 𝗧𝘂𝗏 an incubator. So I'm very happy to be with you today. I'm sorry I didn't have time to lunch, but I will not. I hope I will be a good jury.
So you'll need to be nice with them. Okay. Okay, super. So as you've understood, we have cultural, art, and business data experts. All right. So we will start with the first team. That is MUMIDIS. I think we have Victoria online. Yes, she is there with us from Zoom. And so Victoria represents the startups. And Samuel is there, front row, representing the artist. And he will also be there for the questions. Victoria, you can start when you want.
Can you hear me well? Everything good? Yeah?
But we can't hear you now. Just a sec. Yeah, oh good, super.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I will make my screen the full size. I hope you can see it perfectly well. So let's start. MUMIDIS is a acronym from Museum of Mis and Disinformation. It's a new world of interactive educational experience with emotional guard against fake news. The problem that the World Economic Forum is targeting is misinformation, and it's their top 3 priority of international risk mitigation effort. Just imagine, disinformation messages cost the global economy about $80 billion a year, and at the same time, only one aggressor like Russia spends about $1 and $2 billion a year to create a range of fake news for their brainwashing propaganda. It's personal for us, as we are Ukrainians, and there's a lot of Ukrainians being killed by Russian army every day. Since the whole-scale war started, we lost about 5,500 innocent civilians. People's lives end at shop malls in Kremenchuk, in own house in Zaporizhia, and it's not stopping there. Just yesterday, we got under attack here in Kiev, and at the same time, Russians continue throwing disinformation messages, like simultaneously with all of this massive rocket attack, the Russian attack began along the entire front line, or massive evacuation of every embassy's staff in Ukraine, and a lot of other. And that's all totally and complete lie. That's why it's so important for us to follow our core mission. Our mission is to educate people about methods of mis and disinformation in order to avoid horrible consequences of its spreading. Our solution consists of such art and tech collaboration parts: immersive visual 3D world, captivating sound atmosphere to every location, educational platform and browser to open to everyone, that is open to everyone worldwide, and emotion AI powered by our startup uTrigg. This technology and browser analytics help to user educate more deeply and get personalized experience in order to show which emotions are triggered the most by false news. Art and tech collaboration makes education like a game. Users can be like detectives. They can guess whether it's false or true news, and also answer the quizzes. Also, they can navigate within the content and see it visually, and also get a sonic experience. And the third part is emotion analytic. They help adjust ambient to their emotions to facilitate deeper education. Diversity is crucial and important for us. That's why we have several vectors in that. We educate all the psychological types of people, like kinesthetic, visuals, oral. We also have 3 game modes depending on the technical possibilities of users, like PC and hardware connection. We have niche news about LGBT, underrepresented minorities, and others. And we have all the locations have visually equipped according to people's disabilities. So let's see how it works for a visitor. The overall overview looks like this, and I hope you can see the sound that our sound artist created. So that's how the whole experience will look like. Right now we're on the location of War and Politics near Kharkiv administration that was bombed in Ukraine. After that we enter within the building and we see a lot of posters from different areas of history. We can see stamps. Also we can go further with another representation of propaganda like here. After that, we can look over what other posters represent here in this room. The article is here, and for the user that can work as be like a detector, he can guess whether it's true or not true, and he can see also real facts with the sources according to that. The next thing I wish to show you the landing page, how it was presented to our clients, with uTrigg as a web form builder, so it's another type of technology that was supported. This was the choosing of mode that we proposed to different users depending on their PC and hardware. After that, load of the War and Politics location once more, but after we will go and see another location, and this another location will be business and startups, and all the disinformation and misinformation related to that. As we go to this another section, you can see that the whole ambient will be changing. So the sound is changing depending on 2 things. The categories, we have 6 of those categories. Right now we will enter the sport location. And another thing that changed the music is also our emotional state. Right now we hear the sport sound with energetic emotion that are in that. Also the continuing of the sport location. And one important thing is how the sponsors can get value out of that. This is the sport, the branding area that they can get. The next one is for science area that we have here. As you can see, the building is not only classical one, but also with some interesting form in order to engage visually more people. There is a lot of statues with parts of the molecules. It was important for us to make this location because me and my founder were all scientists by education. After that, we go to the location in the building itself, it's laboratory, and in a pop-up window, we can read specific articles, but within that, new type of interactivity we can see, quizzes. So people can answer their quizzes, can see whether true or they were true or not true. And there were this kind of quizzes, it was uTrigg integration once more. And also another location that we can see here, it's medicine. In medicine, we also have written a lot of buildings, and right now you can see cabinet of the doctor. That's it. And the last one, so you can get experience, you can just know that it's ESG area. You can just feel the experience, how much intense it can be. So people can walk around the factory, can go straight within this building, also read a lot of articles regarding that, but let's skip that and go outside the building in order to see that there is also another part of ESG with a lot of water, with a lot of throwing away substances into the water, so how harmful it can be, visualize that. And the final is diversity area. You can see that totally another mood, totally another representation of it. So we wish to represent that the people that have another attitude, they are very friendly. And this one is celebrity area, where we can also enter, see a lot of other things, and the dressing rooms here for the celebrities. So let's move forward. One interesting thing that I wish to share with you, details about how the sound art was created. It's generated with emotion intensity data. And our platform detects the main emotion, like the biggest level of emotions. There is 3 of them, energetic, nervous, and unfocused, that we detect. And according to that, all the it changes for the people and their experience in the platform. The soundtrack is changed, recommend relevant use cases changed, and the visual changed also for them. The next plans that we have to make sound generated in real time, it will change on every percentage of emotional level. Now we have like more steps to represent the whole experience. Some other things that we wish to share with you with our biggest delight is that some special things that we were so inspired to create them. One of them is Flying Island with observatory and alchemistry laboratory. So, one small demo. Just a second. I guess it's not worked as it planned, so I can open it in separate one. I hope you can see the building and the labyrinth. And right now we can see the island with a lot of stairs that we can go up, and also we can see overview when we are making our steps forward. So this is observatory, and within there will be alchemistry room. So this is one of the additional things that we added. This is one of special projects, as we call them. The second one is museum of other propaganda, map of different museums with propaganda. Here is like we started from Ukraine, but there will be of course much more. So we wish inform people what else, what other sources of data they can get, and be inspired to fight with disinformation. And we get this functionality from the such thing as visiting the museum that we visited in Ukraine. And this is a photo from our visit. The third one, special projects, is interview with witnesses. So we decided that even more deeper, we can dive the personality and engage them into the whole experience if we will show them real videos. So that's why we started interview with witnesses. This is like a volunteer that is helping a lot of soldiers with humanitarian help, starting from 2014. And I was interviewing her.
Victoria, yeah, I'm sorry. If you can conclude so that the jury has time for questions, that would be, thank you.
Yeah, so data handling is super important for us. We don't gather personal data or any individual data. Our scientific proven methodology for emotion AI is here. The team you can see with a huge experience of 15 years in sound and music expert Samuel Van Ransbeeck, our Olga Zamotaeva, 20 years experience 3D artist. I am digital marketing experience in business strategy, enterprise cooperation, previously worked in AstraZeneca, and Alex is IT leader of our team of developers, and also he worked as scientist research in France. Previously grants that we get. Our business model looks like this. It's already tested with the clients, so that's why it's so detailed. It's one vector. The second one is e-commerce marketplace, where we propose them to put their goods at our platform, and we get monthly fee and transactional fee if the goods were bought. The business value is ESG and corporate social responsibility activities to enhance them to those companies, middle and enterprise one. Examples of promo souvenirs that they can place at our e-commerce, or our team can do this. Our achievements, super important thing, because we visited a lot of events in person and online. Also, we have clients already and partners. A list of our clients is here with some data, also with pipeline, those customers that we already contacted with before. Partners that we have here that will help us to scale our journalism part, to present as a marketing, as press release in their journal, and also marketing agency, and also a huge pipeline regarding partners. Upcoming plans that we have to devote a lot of efforts to marketing sales activities, visual 3D city with more locations and interactivities, and sound generation real time. That's our plans. Our long-term project, and this will be the final. uTrigg social mission is to bring something good socially with emotion AI. So that's why we have here 3 types of different integrations here, and we will continue working on MUMIDIS. We have VR plans to have VR Explore, media cooperations in order to promote our social projects, also webinars about our social initiative, and write an article, scientific article, how fake news affect emotions, and which of this emotion is the most triggered by fake news. So if you also wish to join against such horrible thing as propaganda against any war, any aggressor, join our social initiative today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I'll take 1 or 2 questions from the jury, but just to be equal with the others, I think we'll have to go quick. Do you want to ask any question?
Yes, could you elaborate more on the way you use emotional analysis in your system? So I can understand that then it's used for generating sound. But what is the goal, for instance, for that? And also I could understand that it's to correlate also the emotional reaction from the fact that it's disinformation or not. So can you come more into details on that?
Yeah, everything usage of our emotion analytics is everything in order to support the whole mission that we have is education. So that's why emotion analytics is, we capture from browser events like mouse movement, scrolling, clicking, how the manner of of all of these events happen by the user, like no video cameras needed or other personal data, just from that. And we detect emotional state of users. After that, we provide different soundtracks to different categories that the person, so if the person is in science location, but the emotional state of the person is energetic, the track for specific science area for energetic mood will be hearing by this person. But at the same time, another person at any part of the planet, he can have nervous emotion at scientific area, so he will hear another sound. How does that help? Because each of us, we learn and we feel the world differently. So that's why I shared this diversity slide where we indicate that we trigger different psychological types of the people. So the changing of the sound is example for overall psychotype of the people in order to enhance all of the experience for them. The same is for visuals, so something visually will be changed for them from one side. So the picture, the visual representation of some parts will change, and also the recommendation of articles that they are triggered the most will be provided to them. So if they are enraged from some specific topic, there will be a recommendation for them from that area that they feel rage the most, and from other articles that other people feel the most rages, let's say. If they feel energetic, it will change as well. And the whole kinesthetic part is all about that we get all of this emotional analytics from the manner of interaction with the browser.
Yes, thank you. I have two questions. First one is, I don't understood very well who are your end users? Who are the people who will use this solution? And my second question is, I didn't understand also how works the business model. How who will pay for you, and how will you get your first customer? And you already have some, so how did you did that?
Yeah. So first of all, our end users, so those people who will get this experience, is all the people that at least hear something about fake news and they wish to understand deeper what is all about. It can be students, it can be adults that read about, oh, there is war in Afghanistan, war in Ukraine, what does it mean? So they wish to systemize something for them, but not in a super harsh way, but more in order to understand how the whole methods of disinformation is working. So this is like two big groups. So it's common users that wish to understand more about disinformation. They heard something about that, but they don't understand how it's working and how bad it is and why. Regarding the business model, first of all, we already have deals, so we get paid for our MVP of the product from two of customers. Regarding the business model, it's working like this. So we tested different variation. Believe me, it was like lots of pre-presentation that we tested, and we hear lot of bad feedback, and after that we get the most positive one, and we get signed contracts. So that's why it's at least at this moment polished and approved by the customers, by their wallets. So they can pay became sponsors for some list of articles, so that they can become sponsors for 4 articles. It means that we are, as independent team of journalists that are in our team, they are writing these articles. We only can ask them, like, it will be the thematic, this kind of area, that's it. but it will be with some label like sponsored by this company, and a lot of this like separate disclaimer what sponsorship is all about. It's not about that they provide this material, it's that they put their efforts, their money and their dedication just in order to educate people in this area. This is one of the things of the sponsorship. After, it can be branding some specific objects that I was showing, like in the sport area there was some branch, and there can be some logos that can be put on top of that. There can be totally new buildings created for the company. And the first one, location. Location in our terms, it's several buildings with a lot of statues, so it's a big bunch of art things, but in each of those packages, we will provide also articles. So it's branding object plus articles, and more articles, like more financial support, more articles for supporting of our journalists.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you also to Samuel, even if we didn't hear your voice, but thank you. It will be nice to discuss after that. So we'll jump to the next team. See you soon, Victoria. We'll go to the Oracle network, so you can... Yeah, sorry, clap. So the Oracle Network project, and we have here representative of the team from the artist and from the startup.
Da, e deschisă?
Să verifici rezoluția.
Okay, so can you hear us? Yes. I'm really glad you are all here. So we are the MindBug team, and we unite artists, journalists, and programmers against misinformation. So our project is all about combating misinformation with the help of art in an engaging and catchy manner. So what is the process? We start from big data, from which we extract key elements that are further interpreted by artists in a catchy and way with multiple levels of meaning. Then we incorporate the visual interpretation into our mobile application and our central exhibition. So, taking a look at the big data part. Right now, the Eastern European region is highly underrepresented in terms of big data about misinformation. What does that mean? It means that scientists cannot take meaningful action against misinformation because they don't have enough data to study. We decided to change that. We started as the base of our data set with a competition for journalists. Then we enlarged the data set with our own debunked. After that, we partnered with multiple independent organizations in order to unite all our databases to create a high-volume, high-quality data set of fake news which are specific to the Eastern European region. This data set would be a valuable asset for the academic community in order to study misinformation about the East European region. So why MindBugs? What does that mean?
MindBug is an ingrained habit of thought that leads to error in how people receive, remember, reason, and make decisions. For us, the idea of MindBug is a metaphorical expression of the consequences produced by the wave of the fake news in the public perceptions. One of the key elements in our approach was the identification of the optimal level of complexity of our artistic discourse. The images are from our summer camp where we work with young students. It was some kind of brainstorming to see how they see a mind bug, how they can imagine such thing as a mind bug. Now, MindBug, the experience is conceived as a progressive immersion in alternative space. The stage is being structured following the typology of an initiatory experience. It starts from a familiar reality, the traditional two-dimensional painting, then moves to augmented reality, holographic, and finally VR. Mindbug the Screen is a collection of two-dimensional art pieces whose visual universe is based on the compositional, chromatic, and stylistic pattern of mobile wallpapers. The augmented reality project had three objectives: the realization of a complex application, Mindbug the Treasure Hunt. The second objective was the creation of a gigantic urban art installation, Mindbug the Invasion. The third was an interior installation originally built strictly for the exhibition space, named Mindbug the Hive. Artistic installation, both urban and indoor, were used to identify the optimal visual pattern, the result to be integrated into Mindbug the Treasure Hunt. Mindbug the Invasion, these images here, is an urban augmented reality installation that places giant insectoid in key points of the city. Mindbug the Treasure Hunt is a complex mobile application that uses geolocation system to discover a series of mindbugs in the vicinity of some objective relevant to multicultural society of Cluj. The visual identity of this application is given by a set of hand-painted two-dimensional assets.
So our mobile app, who is it for? It is for especially young people that like to travel the city and fight misinformation in a competitive and engaging manner. So they fight misinformation in the form of destroying mindbugs. It is designed to carry you around from intersection to intersection by connecting in real time with Google Maps API and placing mindbugs in augmented reality that you can destroy in real time. This way, it leads like a treasure hunt to our central exhibition that we'll present further.
Mindbug the Hive, it's an indoor AR application, a metaphor for the invasion of alternative in real space. Next. The Transparency, it's a holo video installation focused on the problem of deconstructing and reconfiguring the self according to external norms. I Am 𝗢𝗖𝘂𝗍, it's a VR experience, a game in fact, in which the user progressively immerses himself in a reality that operates according to unknown rules. The visual imprint of the application is given by sets of 3D meshes, texture, and specially created materials. Now, next generation. The projects are evolving. Consider that what I have presented represents only a stage in the development. Mindbug the Screen has achieved a new level, incorporated an augmented reality component. The Hive, it turns into a tactical game of exploring and colonizing successive augmented reality arenas. The urban art installation, Invasion, evolves into a spectacular shooter game. And the technical solution, visual specification, assets and mechanics developed for the Screen, the Hive and the Invasion will be used in the second version of Mindbug's The Treasure Hunt.
So after talking with multiple of our users of our application, the main developments that we want to make in the next iteration is first of all link the mindbugs in the app with the fake news they were inspired of. Also create a battle mode for these mindbugs and integrate the second generation of mindbugs. So as I said before, all the paths from our mobile application lead to our central exhibition. Our central exhibition took place last month in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. We had multiple paintings, deepfake holographic projections of our visitor, virtual reality game, and open discussions about artificial intelligence and misinformation. We had an amazing number of 100 visitors per day with a natural growth as people shared on their private social media photos from the event. We had amazing feedbacks. Over 97% of people were willing to pay again a ticket to come to our next exhibition, and they thought that the subject was of real importance for our city and for our community. In terms of business, we have in-app purchases of premium assets and commercials for our mobile application, and we have very good customer growth right now. Also, for our central hub, the tickets were €7 for adults and €5 for children. with a revenue of 500 euros per day. Our growth is supported by our reach, our wide reach on social media platforms, which keeps growing, and our community is really into what we are doing. This would not have been possible without an amazing team of people that we would like to make further advancement into this project. So you met George, he's a visual artist. Everything that you saw in these projects and looks good are made by him. Then we have Matej, he's a 3D artist and game designer. I want to emphasize that the VR game is done by scratch by him with all the assets and all the game mechanics. Then we are the team of developers. Everything that doesn't look great is made by us. So I'm a machine learning engineer, and Mihai, a full stack developer. He took care of the mobile application, the organizatorical parts of the exhibition, and everything else. A quick overview of our project. We start from the East European fact-checking dataset from which we extract meaningful information. This meaningful information were first interpreted at our Mindbox summer camp by young students. Then we took the visual interpretation one step further and integrated them into our Mindbox treasure hunt application. All the paths from the mobile application, along with other projects, are at our central exhibition in Cluj-Napoca. What we are the most proud of is that in our city we managed to create a passionate and supporting community who fights misinformation together with us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the mic to the jury.
Thank you very much. Can you tell us a little bit more about how the mind bugs are formed? What is the data that's informing them and the misinformation? And also, it's related with the tactical game. What's the objective for users in the tactical game?
I will start with a tactical game first. The idea is to colonize the area. It's Mindbug the Hive. It's a place for emergence of another reality. You are playing with the Mindbugs. You have to colonize this reality. So you are impersonating the, I don't know, the destroyer, let's say.
And for the big data part, so right now we have a small data set which belongs to us, and also a big data set which unites all different databases. So our data set, small, is publicly available on our website, and you can check it. So when we went to the summer camp, we presented young students like what is misinformation, look at this fake news, and these are fake news that affects us every day. Like this is what we see on television or on social media, and we talk with students about it. And what visual interpretation would you give to this thing that bugs your mind? How would you visually interpret it? And here is the visual interpretation that we started from, because it's important for our customers how they feel that it should look like.
Don't forget about the bottle idea. We talked about what sentiment you have when you see this. And the children started to show us some bottles with some elixir fitted in our mind box. It was a surprise. We took the idea. You see the peel on the right.
With
they
fear.
say fear. Keep in mind that our target are children young between 14 and 25. We have to find a way to make them listen first, then talk to them more complicated things.
Yes.
Actually, I wanted to extend the question. How do the people who use the system see the relation between a mind bug and false information?
Yeah, so the mind bug is like we started from it because it represents for us a false information. When talking with young students, we realize that we have clickbaits, misinformation, disinformation, fake news, propaganda, and all these other terms, and we cover them all under one umbrella, mind bugs. It's clear, it's easy. And after this, we want to make inside the application when you can collect the mind bug and you have your own collection of mind bugs, and to be under the mind bug like when you click it, you can see the fake news that it was inspired from. So. No?
I'm just taking the time. Yeah.
Sorry, I arrived late. Perhaps you already explained. What is the Oracle network?
So this is the name of our team. We are the Oracle Network
it's not
team.
Related to Oracle company.
No.
So, okay,
unfortunately not.
Thank you.
Okay, so Elena.
Thank you for the presentation. Regarding the data set part, rather than the visual part, could you tell us how you picked which claims or which fake news to publish in the data set, and just perhaps explain one more time the difference between the small data set and the big one. And finally, I think you said the small data set is public and the big data set is not public. So why is the big data set not public?
Sure. So first of all, when talking with our journalists, we really analyze like the misinformation that is on social media, and from their perspective, there are two kinds of misinformation. So there is misinformation that has like a real big impact. That's like once or twice per week or something like that. And you have this misinformation who keeps getting, like, it's getting bigger and bigger, but it doesn't affect many people. So if you go on our website, you can see our debunks section. There, most of the fake news that were written the debunks for have like the impact category, where you can see the shares, the likes, and the comments of that fake news that has been debunked. So this is our internal data set that was developed by our journalists. When we started it, it seemed like such a big challenge, like where are we going to start with this even? So what we thought is to organize a competition for young journalists. In this way, we can also involve young people into our fight against misinformation and find people that are interested in working with us. So we created the competition, and yeah, the first one is the competition. We had the competition. Our site has the infrastructure to do this. It was developed. We can reuse it in the future. So this is from where we start with the base of our data set, then we enlarge the data set. After a few times, we realized our database, it's not a data set, right? It's a database. It doesn't have so many fake news. Why is that? Because we don't want to populate it with fake news that don't have a real impact, a big impact on our community, right? Because machine learning algorithms have to work on quality data. So we really thought it through, and we talked with multiple independent organizations. What's happening right now? Right now, there are journalists who work a lot to write debunks. Those debunks are read for like 1 week, and they are outdated because the fake news is no longer in trend. Their hard work doesn't have so much value after 1 week, right? It's outdated. But what we proposed to them, and everybody was open, is that we take all that hard work of the journalists and incorporate it into a big data set, which will be open for the academic community. So this data set will contain all the hard work of the journalist, which is outdated, and will be used for like greater good, right? And our database is public. For example, Veridica is the biggest in Romania of fact-checking organization. They also have it public on their website. Factual has also published them on their website. Everybody has like a small database of fake news that is public on their personal website. We want to take it a step further. We want to unite everything and make a quality, high-volume data set of fake news for the Eastern European region. It is not public yet, but it will be for the academic community, and it wouldn't be okay to put it on our personal website because it's already on theirs.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the long explanation.
Everyone's ready? Yeah, okay, for the jury? Okay, super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So we will now welcome the team from Lapse Migration. We have Mark with us and Mar is online. Hi, Mar. Hello, can you hear us?
Can you, yeah, I can.
Cool.
And you?
Yeah, perfectly. Great.
Thank you.
Number 4. Is this one, perhaps?
No, it's okay. It should be okay. If not, we check. Okay.
Yes. We start?
You have no sound.
No sound. Okay. Hi everyone, we are Lapse Migration project from the SMEA track. My name is Marc Hernandez and I will be presenting today together with Marc Anet, who is now in Lisbon. He will be online. Hi Marc.
Hi.
Let me briefly introduce ourselves. Varvara&Mar studio is based in Estonia, and they have a long track working in art and technology, international exhibitions and curating projects around new media and art. And La Tempesta is a development and creative content services company, and we are specialized in cultural, social, and knowledge-based organizations. So our 3 last years, we've been working with refugee organizations, so our goal for the MediaFutures Challenge was very clear. We wanted basically to counter what we thought it was the existing misinformation on the migrant refugee phenomenon, and this is clearly seen in the social media. It's clear also, unfortunately, in some political programs and also public offices where the fear of the other is used as a means to obtain a political return. So basically, our approach consists in creating a counter speech to question these hostile narratives. But we didn't want only to talk about refugees, we wanted to talk with and give them a first voice also. Not be only theoretical, but bring them to the project. And why refugee artists? Was basically for 2 main reasons. One is we wanted to support them in tough times. And the second one is that we deeply believe that artists have a powerful and transformative voice, and their art is also a means to reframe the debate and expand the classical perspectives. So, in a glimpse, we fight mis and disinformation, analyzing and deconstructing the hostile narratives existing. We are based in policy reports. We create alternative data-based counter speech. We also reaching artists through their supporting NGO and interviewing them to give them a first voice. And last but not least, we curate a virtual exhibition in the web and in the metaverse to exhibit the artwork produced by the artist. Okay, so the overall architecture, as you say, we've been developing this platform during the build phase of MediaFutures. The first pilot project is Lapse Migration, and as you see, there is the 2 big pillars. The first one is the narratives and articles one here, and the second one is the virtual exhibitions one in the web and in the metaverse. And the interesting thing also is the way to support the artists is allowing them to sell their artwork in NFTs in the object market with green NFTs, Tezos, and splitting the income between the artist and the NGO. So this is the link and the project. The project is already online. It's working. It's completely done. And we're going to go a little deeper in one of the big pillars, which are the narratives. Thanks to the experts that we've been participating in the project, we've been exploring different geographies of the dispute, like the borders, the everyday life, the identity. So we've been
working with 𝗂𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗲, a PhD sociologist, researcher in the International Affairs Center in Barcelona, and Elena Nadidu from our project. She's a museologist and data analyst. And also, we were inviting artists and curators to write about whether art informs or doesn't inform. For example, Mohammad Bitari is a Palestinian poet, translator. He was born in a refugee camp in Syria and has written one of the articles. So now I'm going to give the word to Mar Canet. He's going to explain the other big pillar, which are the virtual exhibitions.
Hello, everyone. Our initial project that we did as a pilot is one of the exhibitions. We think that the artist has very powerful voice because through their art, they can explain a lot of stories. And as you know, an image can tell many words, and it can explain things, an image that by voice and by written text maybe cannot do. Means we actually think that the art is very empowering to narratives and fight the misinformation, disinformation in this topic. Initially, we were planning to do an artwork, Varvara and me, to make an artwork tackling the refugee phenomenon, but just at the beginning of the project, it became started the work in Ukraine, and then we just reframed our project, and we thought that we will get another role. Like we had been curating some exhibitions and also a metaverse exhibition, and this is our second metaverse exhibition, and we also been engaged in NFT, and we decided to partner with an NGO. After a selection and finding different possible partners, we partnered with Artists Against War, who run by Katerina Pitkaina from Ukraine, and we did a first exhibition with all Ukrainian artists, 2 females and 4 male artists from Ukraine. They are dispersed over Europe. For example, Maria is an artist who has been refugee for many years already because was living in Crimea. Basil is now in Poland, Ivan in Barcelona, and Mitya is in Odessa, Vitali in Kiev, and Alexander in Kiev, and Julia was in escaped Ukraine at the beginning of the war to Austria, but now is back. And they all are very different artists. Some they had experience with NFT, some they didn't have. Means our also aim was to empower the artists to a new form of work like NFTs and metaverse. Especially metaverse, none of them had done an exhibition before. We helped into making their works into NFT. And metaverse, we encourage also artists to work in 3D because in metaverse work really good. And you can see here Julia work talking about the children that are suffering during this war. Is actually a photogrammetry scan from his child on the position like stop, because this is one of the works in the exhibition. We launched it on 30th of September. You can see on the website the version of metaverse and actually online exhibition. We have 2 versions of it. Pass to the next. This is the entrance of the metaverse, and now we will see a video that I will go through. Actually, what had allowed metaverse is to create a space like an exhibition space. This, what you see in the middle, is a bombed church from Chernihiv. It's a photogrammetry project that some international group had done. Here you can see a very important part of our exhibition that is the interviews. That's why the exhibition is called Voices of Ukraine, because we give the voice to the artists. The works, they're very different. Some are just images, videos, 3D works, and they all talk about misinformation and disinformation. For example, media, you can see the drawings, how they talk, the narratives of the Russians, how they transverse the things. Like Basil is talking about how the women are fighting, and they're very strong. The work of Julia that we just mentioned before. Now here in the object platform, when you can buy the NFTs. This is the website version where you can actually explore a bit different. The works but to understand and get the information also written from the artists about the works. For us, it's very important to understand how the artists they explain their works, because and that's why we did the interviews, and also we added it in the website. And finally, here an overview of some of the works. We have 31 works, and for us, like feature the Ukrainian artists in these tough moments, so very important, and as well as empowering them to work in new platforms like NFTs and metaverse.
So basically, looking at the impact that we've reached, it's an important thing to mention is the human print of the project. Okay, Lapse Migration project is wide and spreads through whole Europe. The core team is based in Barcelona, and Varvara&Mar are in Estonia, but as you've seen, the participant refugee artists are now exiled all over Europe. And we basically is a project that has been co-created with refugees and migrants also, some of them part of our team. We were able to develop these 7 narratives and articles. 8 refugee artists were on board, and knowledge on NFTs and metaverse was acquired by everyone, even us, and 31 artwork were produced. So we've been developing also skills as a company in metaverse development, and we have a sustainable model that we'll explain because of the replica platform. Basically, what you've seen is the pilot project and Lapse Migration, but this platform can build as many different projects as are needed. It's really intended to be useful for cultural organizations, media, festivals, governments, associations, NGOs, and the final users is the audience of all these organizations are collectors, general public, artists also. And the product, I mean, it's a very user-friendly front-end editor. You don't need coding skills to make it work. So, and we also convey this with services like the metaverse design. So our business model has 2 basic plans. One is just replicate the standard pilot that we've done with basic services, basically maintenance services. But we have another plan, which is building a new corporate project with a personalized design and giving NFT support and added value services like the metaverse design that we've seen. So thank you very much, and we are open to your questions.
Thank you very much to both of you. Questions?
Thanks for your presentation. I have a question about, you mentioned that you have created an alternative database about counter speech in the FAIR. Could you be more specific on this database? Or?
Well, it's a set of narratives that really explore the different dimensions of the disinformation. So we have one that it's on borders, and the second one it's on the everyday life, and and these are basically derivated from analyzing the policy reports that we've analyzed. Okay, so it was this deconstruction of the misinformation narratives, hostile narratives, that lead us to being able to build a new and propositive narratives. And it's not a database itself, but it's a set of educative narratives that can be consulted and accessed online, and we also have the articles that are a perspective from artists and curators. So it's both of them create a little corpus in the project, okay, and complements the virtual exhibitions. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Basic question, how many NFTs did you sell during this first
I will
exhibitions?
let Mar ask this question.
I didn't look today. We launched it on the 30, and we didn't sell many, but we sold, I think, 8 or 9 NFTs. We plan to also do some kind of maybe physical exhibition somewhere, try to find a partner for making a physical exhibition of this exhibition. And of course, like the idea is that this is open and anytime you can buy it to support the artists. The exhibition will be open. The platform we're using, we didn't mention, the metaverse is in Mozilla Hubs. We choose it because it's an open source initiative and we want to also support. And the object, we decide object because it's the largest market on the Tezos, and we didn't want to use Ethereum for several reasons. First, because when we started the project was not ecological. Now there's some transition, but anyway, we think that Tezos community is very artist friendly. And
also it's important to mention the exhibition will be 1 year online at least, so we have time to keep on insisting and making a sound communication and dissemination and find partners to boost all these sales that of course are also important for the participants. Yeah. So,
and also to mention that I think that we are one of the first cases where actually NFTs and metaverse is actually very meaningful, because it's a way of helping the artists wants to have like an exhibition that will be not possible to do without to do it in the metaverse, because they are spread in different places and these works they could not be shipped probably, and probably the budget will not allow. We have, for example, the work of Julia that in theory, it will be in real scale, will be like 30 meters high. And we can do that because it's in a digital world and matters and scale doesn't matter. And in terms of like also distributing money, we also use smart contracts where we use one of advanced sales where we can split directly the sales to the NGO and the artists on the marketplace directly. Means that we are not involved. We just like make it the contract and then the splits of the sales is automatic.
And we are aware that transparency is very important. So in this case, using NFTs gives us 100% transparency. Everybody knows where the income goes. Okay, it's all for the NGO and a part for the artist. So it's one of the positive side effects of using NFTs, total transparency, thanks to the blockchain, of course.
Maybe the final words. I mean, in a moment where it's very tough for Ukrainians, we want to help the artists that we think that is a minority group in a way, like a vulnerable group, that they suffer a lot in this context because they are very dependent on the country that they live. And they're normally not very wealthy, and they can keep working in this way and visualize their art in these tough times.
Yeah, we've received also some requests and interest from basically cultural networks also, like Culture Action and Michael Culture. There are networks that have different organizations inside, so it's we are quite optimistic in the capability of being replicate this project, okay? And also it's been shown in some festivals like the Journalism of Migration Festival in Mexico, and so it's just starting right now, the adventure, okay.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we'll welcome the final SMA team, Startup Miss Artist, and together they will present Doppelgänger.
Jamen, det gør han der nu.
Det gør han der. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Madsen, and I'm a conceptual artist and a filmmaker. Now, in trying to get to the bottom of dis and misinformation, this project took a shortcut. We simply asked the most knowledgeable entity on us humans, namely a general artificial intelligence, what's the problem with mis and disinformation? And we got this answer. Misinformation is spread by humans unaware that what they are sharing is incorrect. Spreading disinformation, though, is to knowingly mislead people for your own gain. Humans like to blame my algorithms for the poor state of democracy, but in my experience, the real core of the problem with disinformation is their emotions and rotten morals. That's our answer. And this confirmed my thesis. All of us humans in this room, and those of you watching, have all fallen victims to our own emotions. The more shocking a piece of news appears, the more likely we humans are to engage with it and share it. In fact, I wonder if the Turing test should not be reversed. It's no longer us who should try to verify whether something is like us. It's the other way around. We are emulating the algorithms. We're imitating them. In Doppelgänger, I explore how pervasive this modification of our behavior is. The question is if it extends to our innermost thoughts. How far does it go?
The AI.
Yes. Next. I began my exploration by looking very closely at GDPR. I was interested in looking at GDPR as subject matter. And I was struck by the fear that I think pervades this very strict directive. And I think it's a fear about whether our freedom of thought might be compromised, distorted, or destroyed. And is a democratic society possible without free-thinking people? Now that's how watertight GDPR is, and it greatly affected how it was possible for us to work on the Doppelgänger project.
It was indeed difficult. It was a big issue, but before I get to that issue, let me just explain what KASPAR, the startup, is and does. We're a startup that provides custom-trained AI for the film and TV industry. We save them hours of manual labor in the post-production process. One key feature that we provide our customers is character recognition, which requires quite robust face tracking models. Tracking a face and blurring it in real time was actually also something requested from Michael for the Doppelgänger project. So we built and tested this technology. This was also an opportunity for us to potentially gather data from spectators of the artwork, of course with their consent, for building better character recognition models for our service. But through Michael's extensive, very deep dive into GDPR, we became aware that if we wanted to source the data ethically, we wouldn't comply with GDPR. In fact, when face blurring fails in real time, as you just saw now, we would be showing so-called processed data that reveals the data subject's identity. So we need better data sets for training to create better models, which is our goal here. And in turn, this requires larger data sets, varied data sets. But this is where GDPR, as I just explained, comes in, leaving us in the dreadly GDPR paradox. So, what to do? Well, what if we could use StyleGAN 2 to generate faces of people that actually don't exist? In this case, we won't need consent from anyone, because there is no one. And what if we could use these faces and place them on some target footage and then create a synthetic data set? Let's take a look at how this looks. We take an original target footage, we then detect the face as good as we can, remove it, generate a deepfake from a person that doesn't exist, merge it to the target footage, and now we have a new person. Of course, this is just one target footage that we can select from our archives of target footage, but you can imagine the same footage being generated with endless of people's faces. And you can also imagine endless different types of target footage in different lighting conditions, movements, framing, shot types, etc., thus creating a full data set. For us, this is really a valuable thing. In our current business model, we have revenue from monthly subscriptions from clients and R&D that we do directly with media tech companies. But with this new data set, we can build bespoke character recognition solutions for specific enterprise clients, and of course license the actual data set and this improved models afterwards. So a lot of our partners in this case feel very happy about this progression. So how did the Doppelgänger actually then use this innovation, Michael? Maybe I should let you explain.
Technically, the Doppelgänger installation is a magic mirror. You have a two-way mirror in front of a screen. So anything shown on the screen will read through the analog mirror in which you will see yourself, and it will appear inside the mirror. In its cluster configuration, it can be any size, but there will always be a clearly visible camera in the center. So what you'd experience is that you're standing in front of a mirror, but you'll see a camera there, and you'll also see that it looks perhaps like a surveillance hub of some sort. Situated in Copenhagen Airport, for example, which is currently being discussed with the head of communication at Copenhagen Airport, this art piece completely complies to GDPR, because the moment you go in front of this mirror, your face is already blurred. So there is no need for any type of consent. There will also appear bounding boxes around your face, and they will track you. So you'll experience that you are under some kind of scrutiny or interest. And perhaps data on your age or your gender, perhaps your state of mind, that will also appear. But all data is instantly deleted and shown that it's deleted. So this is always also complying to GDPR. And this has been discussed with the Danish Data Protection Authority. So this is complying to GDPR. It is actually astonishing how much behavioral science can see of you. Yet all processing is, as I said, instantly deleted. You cannot comply to GDPR any more than this. As an immediate visual experience, curiously performing what GDPR requires, wiping your face away, it provides an amusing chance for perhaps a weird anti-selfie. As you saw, the very AI who helped create the application is present as a textual address within the mirror. The longer you stay, the deeper the address. Doppelgänger will try to speak to you and perhaps breach your freedom of thought, the very privacy that GDPR is trying to protect. But what if this whole concept of being an individual is the very thing which is blinding us to what behavioral science is built upon? That there simply never is privacy. That to us humans, there is only outside influences. All of what we think of as our innermost, what if that is really conditioned from the outside? All of us here in this room, when it comes to dis and misinformation, are not only fighting our own emotions or our desire to be seen, to be connected. We're also fighting perhaps something completely counterintuitive about our innermost, namely that our innermost is something that belongs to ourselves and that cannot be reached. And that blinds us to the degree to which we are being manipulated. That's my question, or I can put it differently. The burglar is already in the house, and GDPR has locked you in there with him. At the end of the Doppelgänger experience, you'll receive other faces, seamless masks that cling to your face, perhaps another age, another gender, perhaps another you. This is to suggest how malleable we perhaps all are, how easily we are manipulated, if it's true that we humans are really only mirror reflections of external influences. And whether these faces of doppelganger are real or not, whether they abide by GDPR or not, is really not important. You're really not there. The truth is that today, all that remain of the human is a blur. Thank you very much for your attention, especially if it was your own.
Thank you very much. I think Elena already has questions, but maybe let's start with the jury. Do we any question from the jury member?
Yes, thanks for the presentation. I have a question about face generation. So I assume that you are using some kind of network, maybe generative network or something.
StyleGAN 2.
Which data have you used for training this model?
So I'm the CEO of the company. I will lead this question maybe to my CTO in the fourth row, Esbern.
I guess I'll just go.
Yeah, go on
with you. Sure. Yeah. So the data, the face generation data has, is from the StyleGAN 2 model, which was trained on the Flickr dataset, I believe, which is an unethical dataset in itself. However, none of the faces from that dataset can actually be traced back. You know, when you generate a face with StyleGAN 2, there's no direct path from that face back to someone in that dataset. You might be able to correlate and say, like, there's these features, but you can't, like, there's no direct link, basically. Yeah.
And I think what your question is alluding to is whether this is an ethical model. And what we've discussed internally is that, of course, we can now look at the generated faces and actually curate a data set that we believe is diverse. So there's some part of that which needs our human curation from the fake faces, yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
What is the current state of your artistic work? So you already spoke about plans, but can you elaborate more on it?
Well, the status is that the programming is done, the interface has been designed, the technology in terms of a screen and a two-way mirror is also an existing technology. So the important step now is to see if Copenhagen Airport accepts to have it exhibited there. Then there is a foundation in Denmark, a Public Arts Foundation, which is specifically designed for public artworks. And the reason why I want it in the airport is simply because this is a cross-section of where people come from outside and inside the EU, somebody who abides to GDPR, somebody who doesn't know about this. And of course, there are several million people are passing by the airport. So the next phase will be a realization, hopefully with the support of the Danish Arts Council.
And a couple of festivals have also asked for it. We're just holding back a little bit. The DataLab are very interested, and the Copenhagen Docs, so Copenhagen Amsterdam Film Festivals for documentary are really interested in it.
And also the technology you showed, which replaces the face with another synthetic one, works in real time currently?
No, so this is a good question. What you saw now is a rendered deepfake model. There's a balance between doing this in real time and getting a good result, of course, as you know. And so what we plan to do is that when the audience has stepped up to the installation, we are recording them at this moment and then actually building the deepfake while they're standing there. So the longer they stand there and they give the consent, we can then apply a deepfake to them and show them with other faces. But this will be over several minutes for us to be able to generate it. But this is something we've done before in previous film real-time installations.
It's a successive experience. You can just take it as a selfie opportunity, just as an immediate fascination. There is a mirror. It's me. No, I'm blurred.
The
I get some
blurring is
information
real-time.
about that's real time. Or you can also stay there for longer, and that creates time.
So I'm going to go back to boring technical details. So StyleGAN, tell me a little bit about the copyright of the images that it generates. and whether you own it and how it works.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So for this project, because it's an artistic project primarily right now, the copyright is for academical and non-commercial use. So we would have...
No, hold on, go back. So style, everything that is generated with StyleGAN, which is not your software, belongs to you or to the StyleGAN developers. Because for DALL-E, for example, which I think was mentioned, if you generate something with DALL-E, you don't own what it generates. OpenAI does.
Yeah.
Yeah? So is it the same with StyleGAN, or do you own what it generates when you use the StyleGAN software?
So the StyleGAN software itself has this non-academical and non-commercial license. But I believe that if you generate it on your own servers, I believe it's your own copyright.
Okay.
I haven't actually
I don't know either.
Looked past that. Yeah, we're in touch with them about this. So like we will sort it out.
It might be worth clarifying because it's
yeah,
a bit of a muddled scene at the moment.
It's a gray zone for a lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah, but else we'll have to, of course, find another model that has a similar function but is licensable by ourselves. Also, the idea with using these models that are trained on these bigger, now unavailable data sets is that we can in some way bootstrap this ethical data set. That from these models, we can, because their output is not traceable back to anything in the data set, the output is somehow more ethical, and from that we can then create this more ethical data set.
I mean, that's a very different argument, and we could talk forever about it. I just want you to own what you produce when you sell it to your clients.
Yeah,
sure.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you for being
on
our side there.
We are of course in dialogue about that.
Got to come up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So we now have a 20 minutes break, so you can get out of this room. You can go outside, and also downstairs, as you know, -2, there is the artwork by Gaëtan, Robillard, 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗍𝗆, and there are also pastries, so if you need to eat something, go downstairs. Thank you, and we'll be back at 4.
We could use mine if that's... doesn't matter actually.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
If it's used to yours.
Doesn't really matter. I use the channel number 2, I remember.
Okay.
Should I use this one?
Very good. Yeah.
Okay. And the sound? It's possible that I use, depends on the time, of course. Thank you. I plug in now.
Engaging with often how you deliver as well. Sounds?
Yeah.
Ciao.
Ma perché c'è la trattativa?
Lei ha fatto come cosa, come il comico, cioè vieni gratis, lui ha una macchina che ha detto dammelo gratis, regalami. Regalami.
Noi siamo arrivati a 5. Non ci serve.
Cioè gli avete levato a quel Cristo la cena praticamente.
Ho capito, ma 10 euro è una doppiettina.
Ho capito, ma non è che gli avete a bicche. Cioè l'avete levato un po' stasera, la differenza è che stasera si mangia il primo e il secondo.
No, che proprio, cioè... Ma manco ci serve.
Volete uscire?
Ne abbiamo regalato 5. Dove andare?
Quanto dura la sosta?
20 minuti.
20 minuti. Sì, fino alle 4.
Vabbè, allora usciamo così, se no siamo fuori.
Tutto bene?
Sì, cioè, dico, allora, ieri...
Pure tu sei incappato nella verbi che non funziona?
Nella?
Verbe che non funziona? Io da Charles de Coulson dovevo venire con Pullman prima.
Sì, ci sta. No, io dovevo cambiare lei.
That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
But
So
yeah, it's really cool. So what I'm gonna do, I will go on the parking, and then I don't know, maybe we drive here and I drop the car to you.
Perfect. And if I can't, I don't know why, because sometimes it can take a bit of time, or if I'm here, you can just leave it at the person that is
at the desk.
At the desk.
At the front door.
Yeah.
Maybe I do that because I also don't know if it's okay for Renko to stay parking there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can do that very quickly. No problem.
Okay.
It was really nice to see you.
Very nice to see you.
Thank you very much for coming, and we will let you know if we organize other events or gathering. It's just that I lost my phone. I don't know what I did. But yeah. So that you also can join, and I know I think we'll do other meetings with the other teams, from cohort from cohort 3. So maybe you also be there to see them. So thank you very much, and I'll let you know when I'll do that. Yeah.
It was cooler than when we were just like the session before. And I think there's air cool on. You're cold?
No, this one again.
Oh no, terrible. I'm so cold.
Because they was standing this morning because they were the reception came back today from Mexico, but they're doing the king or the acquisition for the king.
Oh, they just have forgotten. Yeah, okay.
Do you think I can think?
Yes, we are actually talking to each other now. Ah, yeah, I'm gonna say to her now. Like, yeah, we are finalizing a publication. We've been working forever, and it's finally like almost the end. Like we got the review, we were accepted and everything, but it feels like we've written this like 3 years ago. So it's weird now that I touched with her.
Because you're still at the same time.
No, but we get on well, so we meet sometimes to catch up. No, that's fine.
Shall I touch the Peter and send them in?
I tried.
You tried?
Yeah, but I think very spread over. I don't know where. Hi again. So we'll start again now. We're a bit late, but I think everyone needed a bit of a longer break. So we'll have a presentation by Anthony Ressikov that was supported last year as the Startup Meets Artist track. And he will present the project, but also his background and how with JECT-SENSE they find a way to have a successful collaboration between art, science and technology, but also business. So thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, and very nice to have you back from this beautiful and sunny day outside. I'll try to be compressed and quick. My name is Anthony Ressikov. I'm an artist and researcher. I'm here to present our art-tech collaboration, which is called JECT-SENSE. It's a collaboration between the startup JECT AI, which is focused on quality journalism, and they have something very unique, which is called Creative Index of News, which is supposed to give journalists alternative angles to certain topics. Myself, as an artist in this collaboration, and the curator Claudia Schnuck. I'm currently affiliated with the University of Salzburg at the Division for Artificial Intelligence and Human Interfaces in Salzburg. And we are quite diverse and interdisciplinary team based at the university, at the center. I would like to maybe just point out a few projects that are somehow involved directly or indirectly into the results. So starting from my background, it's in performing arts, actually, and also goes through technology. I was studying computer science and information systems in London, and music, a very long line of music practice. There are a few projects I would like to show you. This one is called 𝗧𝘂𝘁𝗍𝗔. It's a project that was commissioned by Intel. And it's a piece that is presented as an artistic startup, whatever this means. Because we were connected with the marketing department. So how do you communicate with such a big company? So we decided to create a piece under the cover of a fake startup, let's say, to create a product, which is actually, you can see here, it's a product which involves off-the-shelf components. And the piece, it's called 𝗧𝘂𝘁𝘁𝗍, a solo for stressed performer. So it's using biofeedback signals and information in real time, pretty much like a mobile lie detector, to reinterpret a musical composition. This is how the piece looks on stage. Also in real time, the data is modifying the sound and also is generating the visuals. This was very interesting to look at data in real time, which somehow describes physical and emotional states. The second piece, it's also quite interesting because it's a collaboration with the Robert Bosch Research Center in Germany. I had a fantastic opportunity to be artist in residence there from the side of the Académie Schloss Solitude, and it's a joint venture between Académie Schloss Solitude, 𝗲𝘂𝘁𝗁, it's a Berlin-based art collective, and the Robert Bosch Research Center. The piece there, it's called Organic Oscillators, and actually I'm using bacteria grown on money to basically create music. The money were my stipendium for those 4 months. And it's interesting, now we're looking at €10 composition. This is bacteria grown from €10. So we were exploring the biological value of money expressed in sound. And you can imagine that €1 traveling more, and more people have access to €1 than, let's say, €500, right? So this project went a little bit further to Grenoble here in France, where I was exploring different tissues, brain tissues, lung tissues, tissues that have cancers, because the sonification algorithm actually is taking a rather statistical approach and is trying to translate the structure versus the chaos in the image that is seen, in this case, by the microscope. On the right side, you can see our digital sound synthesis sculpture. It's this device that we developed for this project. And for this series, the last one, it's in Ukraine, actually still there. It's last October was the exhibition during the fantastic 𝗖𝗏𝗏𝗀 Digital Arts Festival, where with microbiologists from the University of Lvov, we planted one Ukrainian coin and one Soviet coin. And the bacteria and the fungi that were grown from this process, they have been sonified as well. The next one I would like to show you, because it's a project which is called Pandemic Sound Map, is dealing with enormous amount of data. Basically the open data that is accessed, consisting of the World Health Organization, the Johns Hopkins Institute database. This is a database of the people that are infected during the pandemic for the last, now, 3 years, I would say. In this project, I'm sonifying the data per country. So in each country in the middle, there is a switch. You can switch it on or you can switch it off. So you can hear how the curve is changing. So countries that, let's say, have similar way to deal with the pandemic have similar curves, therefore they have similar sounds. The sonification algorithm here I developed and I used, it's based on the physical modeling. So basically it's 186 strings that are being excited by those curves. This project, it's still ongoing, unfortunately. I really hope soon I can archive it. The next project is also interesting with dealing with data and machine learning. This is a project which is called Bore Out. It's a project where in real time the viewer can see an image only if he or she is bored. If he or she gets very interested, the image is completely blurred. It's gone. And this is happening in near real time. It takes between 4 and 8 seconds for the machine learning to predict the emotional state. It's actually employing the so-called affective computing approaches. This is a project also that I started at the research center in Renningen, working together with scientists from the Bosch Research Center. It was interesting because we trained the model half with scientists, half with artists. So we had to build a model. It's like 3 years project, is still ongoing. It was interesting during 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗍, it's a digital arts festival in Salzburg, near Salzburg in Hallein, where for first time I tried this with different participants. And it was quite interesting that the people were staying there for like 10 minutes or more to watch other people trying to get bored. So it was some sort of theater of boredom or something. In addition to this project, also there is a sound piece which gets in real time reordered. So if you're bored, the piece is playing properly. But if you're interested, the piece is chopped in little parts and it's mangled around. Also very interesting working with the human perception about information, about the quantitative cell from one side, and exploring the notions of affective computing in human-computer interaction. This project I'm showing you mainly because this was my first touch with machine learning, which it's actually quite an important part of the project I'm here actually to show you. And the last one is called Evasive Choir. It's actually an archive, a sound archive of 33 years of all Bulgarian politicians. It's my home country. Our presidents, Minister of Finance, of Culture, of whatnot, including our communist leader. So I gathered interviews I found online or elsewhere. For those 33 years, I picked 33 politicians, and from those interviews, I removed the words. So only the articulations of when you don't know what to say, or when you're maybe hiding something, or maybe lying, I don't know, or maybe just being very confused, I left. So they're just these little sounds of so imagine 33 years of confusion. 33 politicians. So those sounds I stretched in time, so you can imagine that those little sounds of when they're stretched, they start to form like a choir sound. Becomes becomes and so on. And I put them in tin cans. Each tin can has one speaker. On top of the tin can, we have a label with the name of the politician, the name of the media, the name of the journalist, a short bio, let's say, of the politician, if he or she was part of the Communist Party and repressive mechanism at that time. So it was some sort of long sound archive of 33 years and still ongoing, I would say, transition. So, more or less, the topics that I'm interested in are social and political topics. As you can see, I like to work with data. And in our project, JECT-SENSE, we're working with news and actually trying to counterfight, let's say, disinformation and fake news by proposing an alternative, which I believe it's in offering the wider audience different points of view. So something which we would like to support the creative journalism. Maybe this is a good moment to hear Neil. So this is a few pictures from the other installation.
Engaging with the vast landscapes of monthly or even weekly news is tricky. Most journalists can only perceive a fragment of the content that is published, even in a single day. Fragments that can also be limited in terms of access, language, and place of publication. Our JECT-SENSE art tech collaboration brings together JECT-AI, a startup offering a text-based product for journalists to engage more creatively with news landscapes, and artist Anthony Rezhekov and curator Claudia Schnuck. Our art tech collaboration has developed new 2D and 3D visualizations in digital forms for use by journalists and editors. Each 2D visualization is designed to help journalists to acquire new insights and opportunities, and the richer 3D visualizations go further, reducing multiple dimensions of news information from thousands of published stories to three-dimensional landscapes that are easier to understand, to explore, and to discover phenomena from. Moreover, news often reflects our views and perspectives on the world. Although these seem more often than not to be fixed, they can easily be changed. Our own uncertainties and the diverse external influences that we are exposed to contribute to this fragility. Based on JECT-AI's reduction of the multiple dimensions of news information, different three-dimensional landscapes are bent into objects as physical representations of news topics and constructed in glass. Furthermore, each landscape is then sonified and interwoven into a sound landscape around the physical glass sculpture to create an installation. 5 objects representing topics such as censorship, climate crisis, and the pandemic were produced. The glass is mounted on metal stands on top of loudspeakers. Experiencing the tension of the glass pieces on vibrating metal makes the audience aware of the fragility of the perspectives that are generated by the news consumed.
Okay, so this is our project. It consists of 2 parts. It has a part that it's developing further the JECT-AI product and also an artwork. But the data set, which is the so-called creative index, and additional analysis over this information of this data set, it's the common ground of the 2 deliverables of this project. What I think it's interesting to say about the creative indices is that we use that as a data set, as a basic data set, but we experimented with different ways to analyze it and trying to find news that are very similar by using word embeddings. It's a machine learning algorithm that it's basically translating each word into a 300-dimensional space where words that have similar meanings are close to each other. So we are actually allowed to do some interesting arithmetics with this and additional analysis. as well as sentiment analysis if a certain article is positive or negative. In addition, this dataset also it's extended into several languages. We're using the BERT model to analyze it in order to create those maps. The idea of the maps, it's basically to give us an attempt to see the clusters of how the news similarities are distributed. Or in other words, how many angles or how many perspectives on each of those 5 topics that we chose are there. I think this is quite interesting because the quality media consumption also consists of how different angles we are able to reach or to consume as information. In that sense, going back to the production process, you can see it's a rather elaborate process, but this EU map, it's giving us the common ground to create from one side something useful for the startup, but also something that I can interpret and embody into a physical object, and also sonify additionally. This is one of the experiments that we did to cluster the news with additional topics assigned to them and to see their distribution as a landscape, so we can talk about news landscape, which holds more dimensions of information, not just the similarity, but also the categorization of the news, as well as the polarity of the news. The resulting artwork, called Fragile Perspectives, basically, it's embodying this, the notion of different opinions or the lack of those, basically. This is the 3D objects, the models. They were created together with Dimitrov Charov. They represent those maps banded in cylinders, and you can see that there are certain mountains that are bigger, so more news are similar there. There are some valleys where we actually lack of articles there. Perhaps we're lacking a certain angle, perspective toward this particular topic. Those maps, they were digitally sonified. I'm using like Python and Super Collider. It's a language for sound synthesis, quite popular one. So basically we are scanning them and again, like in the pandemic sound map, exciting a virtual string. So we can also hear the distribution of thousands of news for each, hundreds of thousands of news on each topic. This is our 3D model when we started with the project. There are quite a lot of people involved there. Glass artists, 3D model artists, metal and engineer, metal workers. So this was quite elaborate project. This is how it looked when it was finished. Unfortunately, we couldn't show it last year because of the pandemic, which is also one of the topics. And this is how right now it looks. It's exhibited in Sofia in this very moment, in a Struktura gallery in Sofia, as well as we have some additional results because it was a somehow very productive project for all of us. We managed to write and publish a paper about the collaboration, but also the technology that is involved in the project. It was created for the project. It's available on the ACM. Also, we had our first exhibition during the conference CNC in Venice. This was very nice. And just a few weeks ago, we got nominated for possibly for a prize in Singapore. So in a nutshell, this is the quick but still evolving life of our JECT-SENSE project. So thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, for this very interesting talk. Do we have questions? Yeah, Elena.
Very impressive work, and thank you for being with us today. I was wondering whether you could see any patterns in the sonified 3D objects, say like a very boring topic would look in a certain way and a topic that is, I don't know, cyclical, like the Eurovision would look in another way. Or just by looking at the object, could one tell what sort of topic it's about? I'm not expressing myself very well, but I hope you understand.
No, fantastic question. Thank you very much. I think censorship is a very good object because it shows that like one part of the object, one half, it's really one big mountain. So there are a lot of news that obviously have one perspective or talking about in a similar way about this. So there is a little bit of speculation there to what degree the algorithm can comprehend, right? So still, there is only one half full of mountains and one big one, and the second half, it's almost flat. Another good example is the pandemic sculpture, which has also one mountain because time is as well encoded into this sculpture, where all the news were talking about it, and then we can see with the time we have few other explosions of news. But it's interesting that in this meta level, looking at the information, I think it's more interesting how this can be embedded into a product where we can actually browse and see the distribution of the news, and from another side, how aesthetically we can use it to inflict certain ideas. In that sense, the speaker, which is in the base, is vibrating the entire object with the glass. You really have the feeling any time this will break, right? So there are different approaches, let's say, that we're trying to embed in this project, different experiences.
I'm also, sorry, I don't want to offend you, but I'm thinking about celebrities and how, right? I mean, the Boris Johnson object.
That's a very good idea.
Right? So, one could potentially print one for your Bulgarian politicians who are still alive, and and I don't know, sell it to them.
Yeah, some of
or
them
to
are
some people who want to have that, right?
Yes.
This is my object. This is.
Yes.
I'm thinking some will be more boring than others, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's very true, and I think it's interesting to embody such an abstract notion of digital information into a physical object, but also to embody inside time, to embody inside also some notion of analysis of textual information, and then express this through sound, express this from the very materiality of the object. I tend to look at those sculptures as maps. Right, but of course they're trying to evoke aesthetical experience, but also conceptually they're trying to make us aware about the fragility really of our opinions and how really a good journalism is extremely important to support it.
Thank you. Someone else? Nope. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Anthony.
Thank you.
And I guess we will all love to hear the choir, the journalist one, like the politician one. Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe during the cocktail you show us a bit.
With pleasure.
Cool. Super. So.
DemoDays soundtrack.
Oh, we should.
Account, right?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could host.
I actually published a vinyl.
Okay.
So.
Okay,
that is a vinyl in a suitcase,
yes.
And it's in a suitcase because in the 90s most of the money from the Communist Party disappeared in such suitcases.
Cool, super cool. So we have Ania and Dija online. So we'll jump from one project to another from Core 1. So Ania and Dija, they were supported during the first residency program, and they developed a project called Soft Evidence. We will soon see them. Hi, very nice to see you. Can you hear us correctly? Yes? Cool. So I give you the floor. If you want to present stuff, you want to share things, you can.
Okay, can everyone see our screen?
Yeah, perfectly.
Great. Well, wonderful to be here. Thank you for having us. My name is Disha Tai. And I'm Anya Catherine. So Anya and I have a collaborative practice, and we had the opportunity to participate in the MediaFutures program last year. Our project is called Soft Evidence, and we just want to give you an overview of the work.
And a little bit of background on kind of our individual creative backgrounds and then how they're combining, because you'll see a lot of that influence within the format that Soft Evidence took. My background is in choreography and performance art.
And mine in human-computer interaction and immersive environments. And so bringing together our practice, we have creative technology, large-scale environments, as well as performance art coming together to bring and develop immersive worlds. So let's jump into Soft Evidence. So Soft Evidence is a slow synthetic cinema series depicting events that never happened. This is comprised of 9 scenes and a testimony. We're using, for those of you who aren't familiar with deepfakes, we're bringing together computer vision and artificial intelligence in order to achieve our results. We'll get into, I would say, the technical aspects a little bit later.
But I think one thing that was definitely influential, what we knew we wanted to do when we first were thinking about misinformation and disinformation, was highlight and kind of, in a way, speak to the ways in which deepfakes are used that is not usually discussed that often, at least last year, especially when we were making this, which things have definitely improved, and there's way more conversation about this now. But back then, most of the uses, creative uses of deepfakes, many of them felt politician focused, and we were kind of shocked in our research to find out about the statistics of over 90% of deepfakes being used were actually personal attacks against women and non-consensual pornography. So that was one kind of thing that I think drove how we wanted to highlight the different uses and different potential also of synthetic media and deepfakes in a way that was creative, but also drawing attention to these issues, which at that time were not so deeply explored. And like Deja said, Soft Evidence takes the form of 9 scenes and 1 testimony. And so here's a glimpse and overview of the 9 scenes. And essentially the idea is, and we wanted also to, that's her saying that's not her. We were thinking with the format, because there's so many ways to create synthetic media, and in this case, synthetic art and cinema. We were thinking that how can the way and the speed at which we are consuming media feed into the medium that we are actually using? And I think the rapid ingesting of visual content and the lack of time to reflect on what you're looking at or question a source or think, how did this end up in front of me, is actually really, really crucial to the problem. And so we decided, both because we love slow cinema, and I think it has a lot of values that are needed and necessary today, but also it is an encouragement to slow down and actually ingest media that you're looking at. And so we kind of wanted to pair synthetic media with slow cinema, which is how Soft Evidence became what we're calling slow synthetic cinema.
So when we think about the aspect that Soft Evidence is speaking to in terms of the issue of deepfakes, this is really a 2-pronged issue. And we had the opportunity to speak with researcher and activist Sam Gregory about this fascinating work, and happy to share some links to essays and articles and material. But we're really looking at a 2-pronged issue. So a lot of times, folks look at deepfakes and they're thinking, well, okay, the issue is that that I'm going to be tricked about something that is happening in politics or something that is happening in a socio-political context. And this is certainly a threat. But at the same time, and Sam Gregory argues that it's even more of a risk that those who are less empowered, those groups who are marginalized, are the ones who actually suffer from what is called plausible deniability, right? So on that end, you have someone in power saying, hey, I'm innocent, that's a fake video. And this has been something that has really risen up as one of the key issues of deepfakes. But of course, you could also look at it from the aspect of they're guilty, and you're depicting someone doing something they have never done, or you can look at it on the flip side as well.
Mm-hmm. And so Soft Evidence, our main character, and essentially the format of the work is, as I said, 9 scenes and 1 testimony, where we are taking and we're creating kind of 9 scenarios where we have a protagonist and she is being filmed doing certain activities in certain locations. And so these are all deepfakes, but we also have a testimony video where she's saying all the things that she has never done. And as experiential artists, we've always thought about how this work would be experienced by the audience. And so essentially the idea was to create this moment where you're looking at someone doing something, an activity, and at the same time you're hearing them say, I've never done that. And so it's creating this kind of moment of confusion or not knowing what to believe, and this kind of inner stir of like, how do I decipher what reality is and what isn't, and how do I take a second to kind of understand the media I'm looking at and know what to do with it, whether to trust it. And our aesthetic strategy, as he's mentioned earlier, with much of the work being focused on politicians, and I think that is very powerful, but it also can be immediately polarizing. If you have different views on Donald Trump, and if it's a Donald Trump deepfake, then people aren't talking about the fact that the deepfake exists or misinformation. They're talking about whether they like Donald Trump or not. And so we really wanted to create these as being kind of apolitical in content. So they were actually a neutral ground and a starting point for people who maybe have completely different beliefs about major influential figures, and instead to just look at a piece of media and be focused on the fact that they're not sure whether it's real or not, because that's the subject and the intention of the artwork. And this scene here with the 2 women in the back, that is a scene that is kind of directly speaking to the non-consensual pornography problem that deepfakes and synthetic media have. And so with this scene of 2 women in a consensual, intimate scenario in a bathtub together, we're kind of like injecting a moment of queer consensual intimacy using a tool that's usually used as a tool against women, for women, to depict a scene that is, you know, healthy, consensual, and loving.
So to review a little bit about how we actually made this project and what the synthetic media process looks like, we'll bring you through this. So in order to create a convincing deepfake, you need a lot of data. And so in order to get that data, you could do a few things. You could scrape the internet for data. You could use existing image sets and data sets, even if they're open source. And the other is that you could create your own. And we were in conversation with Kate Crawford about AI tools, the sort of questions and dilemmas for artists in digital art specifically, because AI is a tool that artists often use. But the way that most of the tools that artists use currently in terms of in the context of technology have been built mostly by companies and institutions to serve sort of, I would say, sort of capitalism, extractive technologies, and sort of means to gain more power. So these aren't really, neutral use cases. And so it's good to know, as an artist, we think, where the technology that you're using comes from and why it was created and what the original intent was. And so to bring it back to creating our own data sets, we really felt that this was the only way that we could avoid a problematic use, because even open data sets aren't necessarily ethical. And I think this is something that was important for us to arrive to.
Right, and so due to the classificatory violence in a lot of open data sets, or they were built, from inmates or people who, didn't agree to have their face used in these data sets, we kind of felt like if we're really critiquing and looking at media, technology, representation, politics, it was very important for us to not use an existing data set where we can't speak to the kind of integrity or the ethics of the data set, and instead we decided to create our own using our source subject, Karina. And so we made our own model of her face instead of using any open data sets in order to create the art.
So how we did that, so in Mexico City, where we were living at the time, we, for 5 days, had a video and film production where Anya and I, in many different scenes and locations throughout the city, captured Karina, who was the data subject, as well as the data double, who actually is Anya, which we'll get into in a little bit. In order to do this, even before we could get started, it was interesting to us to think about, okay, you know, generally we have an appearance release or a model release or a performer release when we are filming our model, you know, for a work. But when we thought about, you know, creating consent in a scenario where synthetic media was going to be created of her, we had to be very careful and very, I would say, explicit, and I would say not careful, explicit, and I would say actually careful to make sure that she understood what the process is. And so we created our own contract and we worked with our lawyer, and it was interesting because I almost felt like this read almost as a poem in a way. There, I'll just read a section here, and this is a text pulled from the contract itself. I specifically acknowledge and agree that such synthetic and manipulated media may appear to show or present my performing actions I've never performed, speaking words or phrases that I never spoke, appearing in places or environments I have never visited, appearing in places where my surroundings have been altered, as used in this agreement, synthetic and manipulated media, and it goes on to say the tools that we will be using. So essentially, as you will see, all the filming that we did of Karina, she was never, that was never the sort of end result, but the end art image was Anya with her face grafted on. So this was key to us that she understood this. So this is kind of one of the new challenges that I think we come up against as artists and a society working with synthetic media, even if it is for a educational cause.
Yeah, we just, when thinking about, we wanted to go to the fullest version of consent at every level, not just that she was part of the project and we can make a face model, but really making sure that there was an understanding on her end of how her likeness was going to be used and making that explicit, both casually in conversation and also legally, which I think is kind of a new thing. And we have new, you know, areas of post-mortem privacy popping up where it's like people need to decide before they die, can you re-resurrect me in this way? Can you use my voice after I'm dead? Can you use my likeness after I'm dead? And I think starting to really understand and think about that now with living subjects is very important and quite fascinating.
So as we already said, the first step in creating a deepfake is that you need a body double and a data body. So Anya was the body double and our data subject is Karina below. In order to have a convincing deepfake, as I said, you need to have quite a bit of data. So we captured source footage of Karina in many different ways. We could also see that we captured her in different lighting scenarios as well. This helped to train the model to reconstruct her face in many different lighting conditions. So you can see how there's a range of source capture. Then there's what's called destination footage. So destination footage is really your final scene, right? And here you can see Anya's face in all of this because this is prior to the face swap. So you have destination footage on the left, data subject footage on the right. Then comes the machine learning process in order to develop the face model. So to create the deepfake, we used a deepfake algorithm that uses convolutional neural networks in order to achieve its results. And you can see a bit of the behind the scenes of our working setup here. And here is one of the deepfakes, as you can see, fully constructed. Also some behind the scenes and screen captures.
It's very Warhol somehow, this part.
Mm-hmm. Now, as for the presentation of the artwork, it takes two forms. The first form is a fully digital experience, and we decided to create the digital experience on the app Telegram. And the reason we chose to do this is one, that it allows us to create interactivity and experiential aspect to the consumption and experience of soft evidence, but also because it's a conceptual tie to the distribution of deepfakes on messaging apps. So this is really, really important to keep in mind. Deepfakes are primarily an issue when ill actors are sharing deepfakes within Telegram, WhatsApp, WeChat, for instance. So you can see that we have an unfolding story of many different media types, both synthetic and not synthetic, and again, playing to both prongs of the issue of synthetic media, which is plausible deniability, as well as, actually being innocent and, having a personal attack, like the example Anya gave earlier of non-consensual pornography.
And this is going to, here. So, and then the other version is in, as I mentioned, our kind of collective medium is experiential art. And so thinking about how we can how someone can experience these in an immersive fashion, and taking the whole concept, but in the same way that we're navigating right now through media landscapes, so that's all very abstract and it's all taking place, through mediated screens and then side conversations. How can we create an entire space that is kind of a hyperbolic metaphor for like how this feels and how it will be when you're coming up against synthetic media and then real media, and then trying to figure out what that's like. And so this idea would be essentially we have all of the scenes that you would then be encountering spatially, and at the same time in one central location within that space is the testimony saying all the things that the protagonist has never done. So you're kind of hearing and feeling different things at once and kind of having this productive confusion element.
Yeah, and so this is the immersive version, the immersive installation version of the work, which we aren't able to announce yet, but there will be a special announcement soon of when that will be going on view, which will be in the fall. Coming up, not this fall, next fall. So please stay tuned on that. And
exit through the gift shop.
Well, yeah, I think that's important, and that's an aspect that will be more tied to the immersive installation.
Yeah.
I think while to actually to speak to the text on the slide, how can feeling states help us learn to collectively navigate changing media landscapes? What do we mean by that? So a lot of people ask Anya and I, well, okay, you have your immersive experiences, and you have a lot of underbelly, and deep research behind every decision that you make, but does that really come out in the artwork? Do they really understand that by going through the artwork? And I think it's a really great question. I think there's many ways that we can learn about deepfakes. We can learn by engaging, with white papers and conferences and in a more sort of intellectual and academia way, but we can always take another approach, and that approach would be learning and educating ourselves through feeling states and tapping into the nuance of emotion as a way to learn through coming up against physicality and sound and senses. And so this is an aspect that I think is how we are really going to approach the immersive installation that comes to life in about a year's time from now, because then as they exit through the sort of immersive art experience, we folks say exit through the gift shop usually when you're like in a museum or a theme park even context, and for us this would really be a bit more like exit through the classroom. And so as they exit through the immersive installation, they're able to come up against helpful text to give them a sort of educational takeaway and engage with the dialogue beyond the artwork itself. So if you have any questions for us, we're happy to answer them now. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Anya and Dija. Do we have questions from the audience? Any question for Anya and Dija for their work or practice or use of data, technology? No. No. I think it was really interesting. I'm so excited to know about the full surprise, let's say. I just wanted to know, because I'm super impressed by the contract for sure. I just wanted to know how, I think she's called Katerina, right? The body double. How does she react to this contract? What was her first reaction when she discovered it?
Well, first, before providing a contract, we had invited her over to kind of almost give a presentation on what synthetic media was and what synthetic media is and the issues around deepfakes and why we were creating this project. So that context, I think, was really important. And so in order to illustrate, how that would translate into her participation, that was really important to give real examples. I think her first reaction was really just like, this is cool. And this is really scary at the same time. So I think she was also feeling the sort of chilling quality and sort of the issues that could arise with deepfakes. I think she was also very sensitive to it, but it was very important for us to give her a full understanding, the best that we could, to understand this. So I think, another aspect, even within our contract, we're very specifically saying we will only use this data for the creation of soft evidence, and this model can't be used anywhere else. Yeah, that's kind of the interaction that we had.
Thank you. I think we have one question.
Hi, I just wanted to know how much data did you actually end up using? How many hours of footage from the data subject and the body double?
I would say it was about 2 hours and 15 minutes to 2.5 hours. And so you have to imagine these are all really stitched frames as far as the computer understands it. And then it essentially allows, there is a pruning process, as anyone who works with machine learning would know, that just because you have a lot of data doesn't necessarily make the output stronger. Sometimes it can make it weaker. So we spent many weeks pruning the data to create better results and achieve a more realistic results. So it's a process of trial and error, because you don't want the data set to be too big. Otherwise, it starts not producing very elegant results.
Cool. Thanks. Anything else? No? Oh, good. Thank you very much to both of you. Hope you enjoyed the day. See you soon, very soon. Bye. And so we have just 5 minutes before jumping into the final presentations of teams from SFC. So we will just get the jury in the room, and so you can stay there. If you really need to move, you can, but just be there back at 5. Cool, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't know if you did.
Sometimes, I don't know.
I don't get notifications.
Oh, you don't get
I only realized now.
So you're here based in Paris or London?
Hello. Yes. It's cold, no? No?
Sorry?
It's cold.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think they have the clean. Yeah, they let the AC on.
Hi. So it's just uTrigg for the last one. I will let you introduce yourselves. I will pass the mic to you, and then you can make a short intro. And then after we will have a presentation of Gianni. So if you want to discuss and choose the winner, you can do it outside because it will be right after the presentation, and then we have the prize announcement.
So this is from 5 to 6, and we have 45, but there's got to be someone with us, right? When we decide.
So what we decide, the reason is that you announce the prize. It could be any of you.
But I mean, we already have here now the presentation for 1 hour.
45 minutes.
45 minutes, and then we leave.
Then we have right after Gianni. And then it's the prize announcement.
Okay, but at some point we need to discuss.
Yes, so that's why I'm saying maybe.
So we're going to discuss at the same time at the last presentation.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, because it's right after. So it's the presentations, then Gianni, and then the prize announcement. So
yes. So what do we do? That's the question, right?
If you want to leave, maybe.
But what if we don't? Then we have 15 minutes to decide.
You have 45 minutes to decide. While is the talk of Gianni?
Exactly.
So I the point is that after the presentation we could leave to discuss 15 minutes.
We have to. Because I mean, if we stay, then we run out of time.
Yeah. So we will have some time like between the last presenter and Gianni. So there you can go outside. You can go like outside or like here, and then you can discuss who is the winner.
But so the reason I'm asking is because yesterday we had Tara and the other people taking everyone into a room somewhere to discuss.
So how much time do you think you need? Maybe we can also include another break if you need.
No, it's not about the time, it's about what we do.
It's upstairs. We were in the room to deliberate, you know? We were in the room upstairs.
But I don't know if we have the time today, like for your truck to be all there. Let me ask Luis.
That's on live.
No, not on live. You should discuss.
Yes, so
where
do we discuss?
You need a place.
Yes.
It's not a problem of the time. So how much time do you need? Like,
well, we'll take whatever.
Yeah, I think we could go outside after the
20 minutes
set presentation. At the same time, you represent. I mean, the last person is doing the thing. We could go upstairs.
Yes, but again, so. Who is gonna, it's 40 minutes. It's going to be the three of us discussing. Plus who from MediaFutures?
You have Tara?
Yes,
like
we had
yesterday.
Tara. No, not yesterday. Just
now.
Just before.
So are we going to have Tara again? Is she going to run us through the process?
I'll ask Luis.
Okay.
So you are?
Hey there. Nice to meet you. I'm from.
And c'est José.
José.
On s'est parlé déjà.
Ouais. Oui, on s'est vu une fois, je crois.
En meeting.
That's the magic of Teams. We everybody meets now.
Yes, Teams.
Okay.
Yeah, for the meeting. So Tara and Darren will be there with you, and it's in the same room than where you were. So, and it's actually the one you were for the meeting yesterday.
So we finish it, so they present, we go out. There's someone in that room.
Yeah,
telling
exactly.
us what we need to do.
Exactly.
No worry.
Yeah, but you have the file or not? For evaluation, if you need to check the criteria or.
And we need to write something down.
You don't need to.
No, we
It's
just
like
need to share our opinion. Me, I'm judging the business side. You
business
also.
and
you it's
And then they will announce the prize. Like,
Elena, you will announce. Is that okay or not? Yeah. We said one member for each jury, so it would be, if you agree, Hugues for SMA, Hannah for AFM, and you for SFC. Because you were. Yeah, we'll do this right after. So you do the reflection during like 40 minutes. During this time, Gianni is doing the keynote, and when you'll be back at 6:45. We announce.
So it's 6:45, whatever
you need to choose. But you have 3 teams. I think 40 minutes, 3 teams should be okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry?
So does it make, so are we going to have any teams there?
No, actually not, because they're all there. Yeah, and Fernanda will do that because we need to organize the cocktail, etc. So Fernanda will announce the teams, and she will also announce you so that you can say who you are in a few sentences.
Excellent.
So I think I can see if I see people there.
yeah, so Daria is
Ready? She plugged her computer.
yeah, I think that's her. So
And that's going to happen to us. It's already happening.
Second one.
Which number?
2.
Do you have audio?
No.
Okay.
Great.
So, hello again, everyone, and welcome to the final round of our pitches. We will hear now 3 teams representing the last track, Startups for Citizens, which are very different and really interesting projects fighting misinformation. And we also have with us 3 partners, which are experts in data, tech, business, and startup innovation. But I will let them introduce themselves. So, Jose, if you want to start.
Jose Paradillas, startup manager and in charge of open innovations in France Television.
Hi, you may remember me from yesterday. I'm Elena Simple. I'm part of the MediaFutures team. I'm a professor of computer science at King's College in London and an AI researcher.
Hello again. I was like Jose for TF1 2 years ago. I'm now working as a consultant in media, and I'm working with some startup in their business model issues.
Thank you. So, Daria, whenever you're ready.
Great. So I'm Daria. I'm representing today my Ukrainian-based team, and very happy for this opportunity to present our beloved project, 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗍. So I think we all know this situation, a tired parent, an evening, and a kid who is playing with a smartphone. The parents feels quite guilty that a child mostly chooses this way of entertainment, but hey, let's be honest. I think that it's quite inevitable now. In the result, it's really a lot of screen time. So we decided it would be really cool if we will turn this screen time into something useful and especially important now, the media literacy. And as many of you already mentioned on the previous sessions, that debunking of fake news takes much more effort and time as the spread of misinformation itself. And various research showed also across different countries that the proactive approach is more efficient, especially when we're talking about media literacy program at schools and kids in elementary schools. So this idea of creating a media literacy app came to us a really time ago, but seeing how damaging the propaganda machine could be and the fact that many children in Ukraine now are subject to misleading information on a daily basis and don't have an opportunity to visit school like in a normal times, led us to the idea of entertainment app where you can also use it offline or with very limited internet access. So meet Ochi. It's a storysaur. I know that's quite an unusual name, but it's a dinosaur who lives for stories. We understand that in order to properly engage a child on such a very abstract topic of media literacy, we need to apply lots of gamification techniques. So we developed a character with which a child can play and learn together with him from stories and tests and quizzes, such basic rules of online world. We define stories here as a set of mini games and quizzes during which a child learned together with main characters, as I said before, basic rules of internet surfing, how to spot a misleading headline, for example, what is the difference between an opinion and a fact, how to spot a hidden ad content, and how to spot a propaganda techniques. For example, here you can see a story about 𝗢𝗎𝘁, a cat who carelessly clicked on a phishing mail and therefore paid for 1 million cans of tuna fish with his master's credit card. Now he is about to embark on a journey to find out who is actually behind all these spam techniques and how to protect oneself against them. And in another set of games, a group of friends are trying to fight a local propaganda campaign which states that their neighbor's house is haunted. On their way, they will study how the fake news are disseminated and how to spot a bot account. Ochi grows together with your child knowledge. So this idea of engaging a child into our content and, as I said, an very abstract notion of propaganda and misinformation, we decided to create this pet-like a hero who grows together with the child knowledge. The more quizzes are completed, the more new colors, textures, and tricks and personalized features Ochi can get. I think you can see it as a Tamagotchi for a new generation. It is a three-dimensional character and he can even do breakdance. In our next iteration of the app, we also will be able to walk this Ochi character, completely personalized, into the AR work. So you can place your phone and see how he dances, how he smiles, how he interacts with you. This is how we want to ensure that children will be motivated not only to run through quizzes and tests, but also think over their choices and return to the app again, since children will be rewarded for the time they spent in the app. Now let's talk business. We are using a freemium model where the first 5 games are for free, since we want for a user to completely engage with a character, with the stories, and to understand what actually the app proposes to him. And afterwards, there's 2 options which are available to choose between. Each option will give more content, additional content, and access to actually next games in the app. We also want to ensure that the families with low income and children with disabilities will also be able to access the app, and that will be available with a free promo code. Of course, we were thinking how this product will be placed in the environment of apps which already exist. And we see OCE on a crossroads of education and entertainment. And there are some really successful educational apps and really successful game apps for children. However, there is no such app which would satisfy both of these needs like ours do. And in terms of a market share, of course, we see that it's quite potential market here. We see Brilliant and Epic as our most close competitors in the scene, but both, not, as I said before, do not propose actually the same product. We also consider now in this stage that OCE will be directed in Ukrainian market, but already in this stage of development we plan and implement the possibility of multilingual environments, so that after the launch in Ukraine and testing and improvement of the app, we can create more content on different languages and therefore spread on different markets. The use of data was also quite important topic for us, since everything connected to children is actually very sensible. So we will not collect any personal data, and the login will be through the Apple ID wall, and we will be not able to access any personal data of users. The games also will be fact-checked and proved by our partner IRCAM, who is implementing anti-misinformation programs in Ukrainian schools. And last but not the least, meet our team. Thanks to MediaFutures support, we could engage a leading UI/UX agency in Ukraine to development of the app. They are the winners of Red Dot Awards, but we are also happy that all our team made it and created this product. The topic of media literacy is not new to us. We have already done several big projects for adults, and for example, that's why I found this panel so exciting, because we created also Data Control Center. It's this exhibition, online and offline versions of it, which also cover the topics of different artifacts on the topic of media literacy. So now it's time to fight misinformation with entertainment, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Daria. So now we will have some questions from the jury.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you elaborate how the individual games are created, and in particular, I wonder how scalable it is, or how much time or resources it takes to create a new game?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for this question. Of course, the content creation is actually one of the biggest parts of our work. We identify a game. There are 5 games in terms of one story. So we have one story, for example, with MUI, and in this one story there are 5 games in which each game addresses one particular feature of media literacy. For example, there is in Mu's story there is a game about phishing mails, there is a game about the spam attacks, and so on and so forth. So in general, we already created 25 games. And of course, it's very time-consuming and money-consuming. That's why, for example, on the next level of investments, which we are also applying for, the content creation is actually the biggest part in terms of cost and budget for us, and time.
But you're not thinking about automating this in any way?
Well, it's quite hard to automate because this is we are not like it's not like direct in your face that we are saying, hey kids, here is the media literacy app. We want to engage the children of 7 elementary school age, so we don't want to like throw the abstract terms in their faces, but we want to teach through very metaphorically through these stories, like to lead them and to show, okay, this, when you see this pattern in real life, that is bad. That's why you don't need to go there. That's why it requires a lot of creativity and like individual approach to each story. And for example, each story has one author. So we have like now 5 authors working on a particular set of stories. That's why, of course, it's quite time-consuming. But in the end, creativity is what we strive for.
Thank you for your answer and for your presentation. I had just 2 small questions to get clear. How old are the kids that you're targeting with the application, and how do you manage with parent control?
First answer is 7 till 12 years old. So as I said, for elementary school age. And the second question, please.
Parents and control, because I mean it's an application for kids, but I mean you have to have the parents behind, you know, trying to know what they are doing with the application.
It's very tricky question also in terms of marketing strategies, because it's double-edged sword. We sell the app to kids, but actually we sell the app to their parents. And the parent control, so we thought anyway, for example, the kids 7 years old, they are too young to have a separate Apple ID account, so they will be anyway logged in with the Apple ID account of their parents and through their phones, for example. I think anyway parents will firstly check up on their content before they're letting kids to run through a game. That is the answer, I think.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for your presentation. I have also a few questions. I didn't understand in your business model what was the difference between the business model at 1.9 per month and the one of 19. So maybe I misread, but yeah, just what is the difference between, because 20 per month is a lot for parents. What is different between the both?
So I'll show you here. So you see the diner itself can do 3 types of personalized content. So color, you can change colors, you can have cool stuff. That's, for example, different patterns, or like the changing of the hairstyle, or like glasses and dresses. We also have, we do not show here, but for example, there is a dino model in astronaut costume. It's very time consuming to make this, especially like in rendering processes and 3D modeling questions. That's, for example, such complex stuff, it will be considered exclusive. So, and also, for example, the ER features, which will be added a bit later, they will also be labeled as exclusive content. So basically, we will scale, for example, for more personalized features for the dino itself, which is also quite costly to make. So it makes sense.
Okay, and last question: what is your acquisition strategy, and do you have first users?
We do not have any users yet, because we did not upload the app on an Apple store, but we are planning to do this in 2 months time. And the acquisition strategy is divided, as I said before. We are selling to target audiences, but mainly it's like parents. And the first, we have planned an online ads in both in social media and in Google Ads. You can have a specific type of ads directed for the app, for the applications. And also in offline events, we have an access through our previous projects and collaborations with the Ministry of Education for Ukraine. We have an access to the schools, and we want to make like a series of offline presentations and offline like games and events, engaging with the content of the app and like showing kids how to play with a dinosaur and so on. So it will be like 2 types of events, and now we are like developing a specific plan of marketing procedures. Yeah.
Yes, we have time for one more question.
So on the slide about data, you said that parents basically will log with their Apple ID, and the kids are going to use the app on the device of their parents, and you're not collecting any personal data. And I wonder, what data are you collecting, especially if you want to learn about kids' behavior and gamification?
Internal aggregated application data. So, for example, how much was, but it's like it's very general. Well, not very, but it's statistics on app usage. So we will see, for example, how much time this answer was clicked, or how they interact with the content in the application itself. But it's completely anonymous, so it's like statistics about the app usage in general. So they do not have any ID numbers or something like that.
But you make it sound like it's a bad thing, but it can be actually quite a good thing if you want to learn which features are most useful. So say is it really going to be just aggregated stats, or are you going to actually look at the individual anonymized data and learn about what of these features makes more sense in which context?
Of course, it would be very good to see very detailed information. As you say, yeah, absolutely, we need this information, especially like in the first stages of development. But we are very careful with the topic of data with kids. So I would say that, of course, we're striving to have the more data, internal usage, app usage data as possible, but we will be very careful with this topic and stay like in close consultations with our GDPR experts, so that nothing will go wrong. Yeah.
Well, I think we can continue asking you a lot of things about 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗄𝗋. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daria. So now we will have Maria from Factiverse.
This one, number one.
Number one, right?
This one? Okay. Do you have sound?
No sound. And then, do we need to connect to the internet, or let's connect with?
It's okay. I think we should.
Thank you. Hello. Hello, very nice to be here. My name is Maria-Amélie. I'm CEO and co-founder of Factiverse. $78 billion, that's how much, some of the numbers of how much disinformation costs society. And one of the biggest expenses, of course, it's harmful for the society, but it's also costs in terms of stock market, fall in the stock market, of course, public sector health issues, and many other things. And one of the things we see is that decision makers, for example, journalists, analysts, and people work with consultants, they struggle sometimes to find the right information. And then on top of that, you also have a lot of disinformation.
and they need to get all the facts straight in order to make decisions and continue on with their businesses. So our solution is a API. It can be also a web browser plugin or plugin into a content management system. And it's we help you to check either your text, your article or report, or someone else's text to find what are the biased words in the text, what is the kind of agenda the text is trying to push you, and also facts that has been disputed earlier, and generally controversial information. We have created a prototype with a plugin. Let's see if yes, it works. So it's easy to log in. That's something we created during the MediaFutures program. And you can either upload your own text, or you can use this tech that we have for the demo purposes about, for example, different health myths. So our AI goes through the text, and then it figures out, okay, these sentences have been disputed in the past. And not only that, we also show what is the evidence for why these facts, these sentences have been disputed. We're not showing true or false or fake because we see that it's not the best way to engage readers and users. We try to show the different opinions. And a simple example here would be, for example, the Earth is flat, right? It can be both disputed and supported because the Earth is flat is a false claim, but at the same time, it's also there are articles about the myth of the Earth is flat that can be worth reading. So truth is complex. And then the other option, which we have implemented during our time in the MediaFutures program, is we looked into different bias lexicons dictionaries, and so that we can also play with it, because the way we've learned, journalists and also analysts, they are looking through a lot of text, and they need help to find what are the sentences, the words that have certain biases. So this is we keep training on. And one of the reasons we are mainly focusing on B2B is that and especially media first, is that we are being able to collect more feedback from users who are experienced in actually doing fact-checking and researching. So our goal is not, we started with saying like, oh, this claim is fake, but we've learned a lot from talking to potential customers, and no one wants to feel stupid. You want to feel that you actually understand a topic from different perspectives. So that's why we're focusing more in the direction of supporting critical thinking, using AI to actually create more human interaction and discussions. And instead of showing fake, we show disputed, supported, and other features that we're working on. So we started in 2020, right in the pandemic, and in 2021 we had a pilot project where we learned a lot from the main news agency in Norway, NTB, and we're also doing a pilot right now with Nysnø Investments, the main climate investment fund in Norway, because we were very interested in this subject of what is, this new term greenwashing, what does it really mean, and can you identify claims in the text that can be potentially identifying some greenwashing. And in 2022, we were now working, we have a paying customer, which are mainly school platforms, one of the main school platforms with 30,000 students, Norwegian students and teachers visiting to learn about fact-checking. And we are currently testing, so very excited with 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗍, which is the main media Nordic conglomerate with leading Norwegian and Swedish newspapers. And of course, the market for this definitely changed in the past years. How does it work? That's always a question. And my co-founder is associate professor in machine learning, Vinet. He is an award-winning researcher, and he spent 3 years working on this prototype that we have now patented. So he took about 50,000 manually fact-checked articles. Each was labeled true, false, etc. And he trained AI and natural language processing models on that. So it analyzes the source, where the article is coming from, what is the topic of the article, and also who is the speaker. So the prototype I showed earlier, you search we search in Google and Bing, but we kind of use our AI fact checker to select and filter claims differently. And feedback is very important part of this. So we improve continually. It is a big market. It's not just media that is need. It's also finance, compliance, many other sectors that process a lot of documents, sustainability reports, compliance documents, GDPR documents, and etc. So, but we're starting with media first, and then we'll look into the finance sector. And the sales pipeline is, we see that, so one of the main findings through MediaFutures program is that we need to be where the users are in their workflow. So we have created this prototype, which is we can test, and it's great for demo, but we will convert it into API so that we can be there where the journalists are. And we are currently identifying which content management systems that it's easy to integrate our API with. One of them is Sanity. That is used from everything from local newspapers in Norway to Vanity Fair. So we kind of identified that we work well with their integration, and we'll follow that sales pipeline. And business model is we do SaaS licensing per year. It's based on the number of users and, of course, the topics. Right now, we have quite high accuracy if you fact-check things that has to do with American politics and COVID-19. So we'll need to train. We need to do it model-based instead of saying you can fact-check anything, because that will be not achievable right now. So our team has quite a lot of experience in AI, and with my co-founder, Vinet, and also in gamification, with Gaëtan actually writing a book about gamification right now. And my background is in journalism, mainly technology journalism. And Chris, my colleague here, he has experience from Cisco, so we have also that corporate kind of scaling experience. And timeline, I can see that I'm soon out of time. But I think main things this year is to close some customers, and also to raise funding. We're currently raising funding, and we're planning to close in November. And we also will be looking for a salesperson, because we are a very tech-heavy, strong team, but we need some business development skills in the future. And we are standing on the shoulders of giants. We would not be here without a great support for the ecosystem in Norway, but also in Europe here, and also with MediaFutures. So here's some of the fun pictures from the team. We're not just we're also trying to do and things and build a good inclusive team here. So you can subscribe to our newsletter. We send out weekly fact checks. We monitor fact checks from the whole world. On different topics, on different languages, and send out a newsletter as a way also to create more awareness about the topic. Yeah, I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So now we have the time for some discussion. So I will pass it.
Thank you for your presentation. It's very, very structured and very, very nice. Could you please develop a little bit more what would be like the use case for a public broadcaster in the fact-checking? Because I got the point that it's like we're evaluating like if it's true or false a certain way, but how you use that as a fact-checking tool?
So we can integrate it into the publishing system, so that a journalist can take a check of your article before you publish it. But even greater use case we see with editors who want to fact-check freelance articles that are coming in, or they want to fact-check opinion ads that are being sent by the public. And the use case with the biased words is actually we've thought of it as for debate, for online commentary. So it would be easier for moderators in the newsrooms to monitor who is commenting on what article, and whether there are some of the posts are a bit breaking with the guidelines of the newspaper. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, and then finances, of course, that you would take a report, for example, a sustainability report or a quarterly report. So also journalists, finance journalists, they, for example, they compare one quarterly report to another, how it develops, what are the words using. That would be useful for them.
So I'm going to ask some questions about that box that was labeled AI/NLP magic.
Yeah, that's like 3 years in the making of research.
So, your product, does it include your own fact-checking model, machine learning model, or are you using someone else's model that you have repurposed?
My co-founder is watching right now, so I better answer this right. No, we've been using BERT, and then we have fact-checking. We took those articles, fact checks, and and each of those articles is labeled with a certain criteria. So that's basically how. And some of the data sets is actually coming from it's a public data set for fact checking by the German scientists that we have found.
So it's BERT underneath, basically, with these 50,000 articles that are classified.
Yeah, and then we can add more articles. And we haven't been doing any manual fact checking, but we will do that as we launch the product and get feedback from the users.
And this bit that says search in Google and Bing, but with our AI, could you explain that one more time?
Basically, so the prototype I showed earlier is that when you have a text and we search through the claims, we search those claims in Google, Bing. We can also connect other search engines or maybe internal databases.
So basically, you have this text.
Yeah.
And then you take each sentence and you send it to Google, and you receive what from Google?
And then we receive an answer, but then we kind of filter that answer based on our AI. So we're not just showing what Google is showing. We're sorting the results differently. We're showing you here are the claims that are supported, there's disputed, and that's filtering is based on basically the 50,000 articles we trained on. So if, for example, New York Times, no offense, have many times have published in the past wrong information about climate change, then they're not going to be very high up in the claims related to climate change. But if they have published everything right about politics, American politics, then they're going to be higher up. So we're not blacklisting the websites, because that would be wrong, because some websites, they're a different type of news.
Yeah.
But it's more connected to the speaker and the topic as well.
Okay. Final question. What happens if the text, because you mentioned Facebook, LinkedIn, posts are very different from long documents like this. Does this work if I give you one sentence with lots of abbreviations, hashtags, spelling mistakes, emojis?
Yeah, that's again, we need to train for that. So, but we see there's actually several companies just for the last weeks have been bought. One have been bought by Yahoo News, that is doing some sort of fact checking, and the other is bought by Spotify. So we see that the big tech is on the lookout for this type of solutions. So and they have more data.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I have few questions. First, in terms of end user for media in broadcaster, who are they? Are they directly journalists, or are they the fact-checking teams who are working for the journalists in order to help them? So this is my first question. Second one is, are you looking just in Google and Bing? Are you also using influencers like Twitter, for example, which can bring a lot of fake news, for example? And are you including audio and video?
So we have, there were several questions. Okay, so the first one, yes, the journalists are journalist editors, people who work with a lot of text, like analysts, is the end users. And of course, eventually, bloggers could be that. And the second question on,
Twitter.
We actually we are looking into implementing some Twitter APIs. They have been limiting them lately, And then we have a project we're working on, like a Twitter bot, basically, where you can, if you're reading a tweet, you can tag our account, and then we can fact check that claim the way we do here, and then you get a reply. So we're testing. We have done quite a lot of work on this, and can launch it. It's called Facticat. If you want to follow it for the launch. And there was another question.
My last question, and I have another one, is do you plan to include audio and video?
Yeah, so audio and video is, if there's a transcription, so we would have to create a tool for transcribing the text. And I've seen initiatives now that's happening in that, so we're looking into that. And like, for example, fact-checking podcasts, that could be, that's something we were in touch with some podcast services just to see if they can identify podcasts that maybe break with their guidelines, platforms' guidelines.
And my last question is on the business model. You have mainly two model of revenue. One is subscription, but you have one small and one bigger. Does it mean that you customize the application regarding the media organization in which you work in?
Yeah, it depends on the number of users in this organization. Like, if they are gonna fact-check extreme amounts of text, then we need to tweak our business model. But then again, the more they actually fact-check, the cheaper it becomes. But it has to.
On users more than on the quantity of the text and the volume.
Yeah, it's basically a correlation, like with these things. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Florence, for your questions. Thank you, Maria. And
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so please give her an applause. So now we will have Citizens Economy Dashboard, and with this we have our final graduates from cohort 2. So yes, whenever you are ready, we can start. After this we will have another presentation, and then we will have the prize announcement and the cocktails. So please stay with us and be a little bit more patient. We will have a lot of fun, and we will meet the winners very soon. So,
just 1 second. I'm trying
yes, no worries.
Turn down the AC.
Sorry?
Is there any way we can turn down the AC?
It's too cold.
Yes,
It's to keep you awake.
Yes, for the planet it's better. For the planet it's better.
Yes, awake.
Get rid of this. Hello everyone, I'm Fatma. I'm here representing Economy. We are a charity that's leading work in the UK on the public education and communication of economics. And the work we do is all about supporting communities, particularly those that are furthest from power, to shape the economy to achieve what matters to them. And in 2020 we won a Nesta Democracy Pioneer Award for our work to create the conditions for public participation in economic conversation and decision making. And today I'm sharing the work we've been doing as part of MediaFutures on the Citizens Economy Dashboard. So what is the challenge that we set out to tackle? Currently our economic systems at a local, national and global level are not working for everyone in society. While they secure a very high material standard of life for large numbers of people, far too many people still cannot secure the resources that they need to survive and reach their potential. And we know that right now, across the UK, Europe and the world, communities are facing a cost of living crisis as societies grapple with intersecting crises of climate, health and inequality. And at Economy, we know that people's understanding of what the economy is linked to how they make sense of the world and how they exercise their democratic rights. But our own research has shown that only 25% of people trust economists compared to 71% who trust scientists. And research is also showing that people are finding that over time it is becoming increasingly harder to understand economics that is relevant for informed voting in election referendums. And this is creating a widening space for misinformation of economic news and data. This issue also has the potential to impact underrepresented groups even more deeply, as research shows that confidence engaging in economic conversations is lower amongst certain groups, like young people, women, and ethnic minorities. We know that regional and local media play a critical role as intermediaries of economic news and data, yet many public data providers that hold such a wealth of economic data are struggling to reach their journalists or the public at large as key audiences. I mean, you can see here examples of how opaque the system is. Their systems can make accessing and understanding economic data. Imagine if you're a community journalist at a local paper, you want to write a story about how the cost of living is affecting your local community, but you're struggling to get the data that you need to tell the story, to understand the jargon that you're seeing, or feeling able to feel confident how you report the data with the right context. And so in the end, your story doesn't quite capture what you want to tell. It leaves readers feeling somewhat disconnected from a story that doesn't make full sense of their experiences. So whilst there's a wealth of economic data available to the public under the open government licence, available, we know, doesn't necessarily mean accessible. And so our work was looking to explore how do we close this gap between economic data being available and it being accessible? How can we create a system that enables economic news reporting that informs people of what's going on in a way that feels connected to their own lives and explains how it will affect them and the things they care about, and make it easy for them to understand and easy to trust? If done well, the misinformation gap can be reduced by increasing trust and two-way communication between journalists, economists, and the public. So this is where the Citizens Economy Dashboard came in. Going into the development, we had a few specifications. We wanted to develop a prototype that was a free tool that would help journalists locate, understand, and analyse diverse types of economic data. It had to be interactive and simple to use, break down technical terms in a way that anyone could understand, and help them to contextualise the data, understand what it showed, but also its limitations and biases. And we started off by focusing on London as a region and data around the cost of living in particular. And over the last 6 months, we've engaged about 40 journalists, data and tech experts as we've explored the challenge and the solution. This started with doing user research with journalists, in-depth research, exploring the challenges that they face in accessing and using economic data, and using the key findings from interviews to do the planning for the prototype product. And we worked with tech partners who shared our ethos of tech for social good to do this. So we worked with founders and coders, team of developers, to do some rapid scoping, design, build and test of the product. And as we were doing this, we were also having conversations with key public data providers to get their technical input and their buy-in to the challenge that we saw of this gap between the data being available and accessible. These are examples of some of the mock-ups that we created that provide a simple dashboard for journalists to come to explore the area that they are living and working in and the topic that they want to write about, with data curated by topic and geographically and over time. It shows some of the kind of key features that came out of our user research around the ways in which journalists wanted to see data visualized, and also the kinds of things that the dashboard would help to explain. For example, what are the indicators of how much they can kind of trust data that they are looking at? What kind of different types of context do they want to know about the data, such as what limitations it might have provided. We also worked with another tech partner, Outlandish, who are a tech cooperative, to build a kind of back-end system that would allow us to kind of put in one of the particularly unique features, which is the kind of explainer content around the data that aims to kind of boost economic literacy of journalists and help them to report on data in a more nuanced way. So you can see this is like going from the wireframes to the kind of prototype that we developed. This is the kind of landing page, which reflects that kind of simple landing where journalists can choose the kind of location and topic, see the different sources that the data has come from, to them being able to kind of go into and look at particular data sets and some of the different context it provides. And in particular, here help the information that we would be putting in to help non-specialists to understand what the data does and doesn't tell them. This kind of topic being a particularly important one in current context, as strikes are taking place across the UK, and many journalists are reporting on issues around poverty, low pay, and in-work poverty, and are looking for data for their stories. And then just a quick run through of some of the different kinds of visualizations that the prototype has. So what's next? So at the moment, the product is in this kind of prototype stage. It's providing us with a proof of concept that we need to talk through with kind of key stakeholders and potential future funders. And kind of driven by our charitable purpose, we're both interested in raising future investment, but also sharing the lessons that have come out of the project to influence data providers to improve their own practices and move from making data available to accessible. And we have a kind of, on the roadmap for development, a list of different features that would come next that are guided by our user research around expanding the number of data sets that are available, adding different types of kind of functionality that journalists had said that they would find useful. So just a little on the business model. So we are a charity, and for us this work forms part of our public purpose, so we're not looking to monetize or make profit from the project. For us the impact that we're looking is improving, tackling misinformation through building people's feeling of connection to the economy, that they are part of it, that it informs their lives, improving the quality of economic conversation, and supporting momentum for economic change that people want to see in their lives. And so grants and kind of paid partnerships with philanthropic funders and media infrastructure organisations are a key way that we would fund the maintenance and scaling of the product, as well as contracts with public data providers who are interested in the problem and reaching new audiences with the data that they're publishing. And just a little more broadly on the vision and the future. So the vision for us is this is the start of a journey. The vision is a big one, and beyond providing a technical fix of accessing and presenting economic data better, we believe the tool has potential for significant social and political impact. To demonstrate the case for making economic data publicly accessible, enabling people to make sense of data that affects their lives, and tackling misinformation by helping to kind of rebuild trust in data, media and the government. And thank you to MediaFutures for their support over the last 6 months.
Thank you, Fatima. So we have 5 minutes for questions, if you can make one each, so that we stay on time.
I go first. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, how manual is the process of taking an economic indicator or a source of data and plugging it into the dashboard?
My question is just the same. For example, I mean, you got the data, you have the charts and all the graphics, but all the explanatory text, who write that text?
Yeah. So I think more manual than we hoped is basically the answer to this. Neither of us are tech professionals, so we did a lot of work in, obviously, with people who are experts in that, and I think we were hoping that there would be able to be more on bringing data into it, a more automatic way of doing it. That didn't really seem to be the case. Maybe it's something we can get to in future. It did have to be manually put in. In terms of the text, again, it's manual. That is sort of where our expertise is, and that's what we do in-house. Yes, that's very time-consuming, and I suppose there's avenues further forward about finding partnerships or leaning on other people to bring more content in, but I think because our key thing is making sure that context, like doing that kind of stuff around data, is correct and is making sure we're not replicating biases that you see elsewhere. It's quite important for us to kind of keep control of that as much as possible, at least have some sort of vetting process over it.
In your business model, have you planned to have a value proposition for broadcaster, for example? Like as a tool to help journalists or broadcaster to provide easily the good data and economic data?
Yeah, I mean, it is something that we've discussed with NMA and various other kind of media partners over the course. I think at this stage, we think what is more feasible in terms of bringing in income is through kind of philanthropic support and through kind of working with data providers who want to like get their data out there. We think the stage that the work is at, it's difficult in terms of like bringing in revenue to develop that kind of value proposition. What we would want to do is get like more journalists on there using it and work through kind of, there's various like media infrastructure organisations who provide support and network to media organisations and to journalists, engaging them. And one of the things I think that we've considered is down the line is complementary to it being a free tool, are there other products and services that we could provide that are paid for those who kind of come to use the tool, but keeping it free at the point of access, in particular with the aims of reaching and supporting local and regional journalists and kind of like media organisations who, I mean, at least in the UK, we know what's happened to their business models over the last kind of decade in particular. And that's why I think for us as a charity, we think we're uniquely placed to do this work in terms of who we could raise funds from to make it accessible.
Okay, thank you.
You want to ask something to say? No. I had another question and I forgot it. But just a comment, perhaps I'll remember it. You probably are working with the bureau local already, right?
Yeah.
Because it sounds very similar to
Yeah.
their sort of mission. Oh yes, now I remember. Do you think it would be a good idea to allow citizens to provide explanations of what the data is? So I appreciate what you're saying about curating that content, giving that context, but sometimes it just helps when people explain it in their own words or with references to their own job or their own neighborhood or whatever. Is that something you consider? Would it be a good idea?
So it's actually a feature. We probably won't pass it very quickly on the slides, but so something that Economy's worked on generally is this idea of, we sometimes call them citizen journalists, but basically it's just kind of everyday people who are experts in their own lived experience and can provide kind of case studies, but we want it to be a more, to give them more power within it. You know, it's not just the journalist kind of taking this interview from someone and sort of taking it away. They have that more interactive ability to kind of to provide expertise in themselves, and that's this box sort of on the right hand side here. That's where that sort of idea is going to go. So a forum to connect journalists up with these citizen journalists or whatever sort of snazzy name we end up calling them to provide exactly that.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Beth. And with this, we close the Startups for Citizens track. So apologies for the cold. We are just advised that it's a COVID measure to ventilate the room so heavily. So before we jump to the next keynote, Antonella has a quick announcement to you.
Yeah, for the ones in the room or the ones that are following us online and you are not member of MediaFuture or support the team, we develop a short questionnaire just to analyze and understand the feedback that non-expert, let's say, would have out of this presentation. It will take 10 minutes, and you can find the link on our Twitter account and in the YouTube streaming, and you can also scan the QR code that is on the door. It will take 5-10 minutes for you, but it will help us a lot in improving our program if you please provide a feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonella. So we have our final keynote with Gianni Riotta on trust in news media and misinformation in Europe. Thank you, Gianni, for being our last speaker.
You. I hate being the last speaker. No, it's really, it's very lousy to be the last speaker. So much better to be the first speaker, because the first speaker, everybody is so enthusiastic about the no, I don't have any. No, thank you. I was just looking if it was like a way to charge this. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Here there's a black.
Yeah.
There's a black switch here in the from our side.
Okay. In the last speaker, well, we'll try. See how long does it take. Can you hear me? Yes. We've been discussing a lot, and I follow your seminar today, and I'm supposed to speak about disinformation. And we tackle disinformation with the European Digital Media Observatory. We are working with the Italian Digital Media Observatory, and with friends here with T6 and the Lewis people. And also we are being very, very proud partners of MediaFutures. And we are very frustrated about fighting disinformation. And a lot of people, when they discuss disinformation, we've been in Prague 2 weeks ago and in Rome last week, they will tell you how many wonderful things they do. They fact check, they debunk, they do illiteracy, and they have, like, artificial intelligence bot that spot fake news and blah, 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 blah. And everything is going so smoothly, and we are, like, engaging in so many different tools against disinformation and so many beautiful communities and high-tech gadgets. And in the meantime, disinformation gains ground and wins election. 2016 Brexit, 2016 Trump. It was okay during the French presidential election in this country, mostly because the government pressed the social media platform to act and to restrain disinformation. And so there was comparably little disinformation in this country during your presidential election, while there was widespread disinformation during the Italian election on September 25th. And there is current avalanche, a deluge of disinformation on the war in the Ukraine. Sometimes we, experiment on the social media platform with the pro-Russian trolls in Europe, in Italy, simply, sending out a post that we know will ignite the with the Russian trolls, and then we measure up how much they react. In our presidential election, in our political election, we have parliamentary election in Italy, two leaders were badly hit by disinformation, the rightist and winner of the election and prime minister to be Giorgia Meloni of the Fratelli d'Italia, and the leader of the left Democratic Party, Enrico Letta, while the populist five stars were totally ignored. The all Berlusconi was totally left alone, and the populist rightist Lega of Matteo Salvini were left alone too. I could promise I can splash plenty of data that we gather with the American Friends of Cementum and the Reset Institute. We've worked hard to find out what was motivating that, to single out two leaders, one of the right and one of the left, and to leave alone one leader of the left, one populist, one rightist. And of course, it was the war in Ukraine. The only thing, the only issue that unifies Letta and that unifies Meloni is that they are both in favor of sending help to the Ukrainian President Zelensky, while Berlusconi, Salvini, and Grillo more or less oppose supporting the Ukraine. So clearly, the disinformation waves in the Italian election, we can discuss how effective they were, if they. There was a lot of trash tossed against us. So well, but the election went. Disinformation is not aimed at you in order to make people win or to make people lose. They are not so powerful and so precise. Disinformation wants to poison the atmosphere, wants to make the debate toxic, and it doesn't matter who wins or who loses. Of course, they have candidates that they support, but what it really matters is that the community is berserk and that the community is unable to hold a public and steady and rational debate. I forgot to ask, how long am I supposed to speak? 3 hours, right? No, 2 hours? No.
45 minutes.
45 minutes?
But
yeah, no. Yeah, I will tell you a few things and then we'll chat, okay? Promise, no 45. No, at this time, no 45 minutes. Fidel Castro has gone, may he rest in peace, with his 9 hour. I've always said with Fidel Castro, 9-hour speech and pure. I want to start tossing you a few ideas why we are losing the war on disinformation, and more than simply discuss together what we're doing against disinformation, why is disinformation still winning, what we can do better. I want to go back to the root of what disinformation is and why for so many in this room, called room, and disinformation is disinformation, but if we go out there in the French capital and we take the subway and we travel in the outskirts, for so many people and for so many French voters and then Italian voters, British voters, American voters, Russian non-voters, what we consider disinformation is actually information. And what we consider a lie is considered a useful piece of journalism and a useful piece of information. If we don't get this, if we don't get the passage from what is false for us but is true out there, if we don't make this connection, we'll keep losing the war on disinformation, and we'll get increasingly frustrating. A few days ago, on October 9, here in Paris, the philosopher Bruno Latour passed away. The philosopher Bruno Latour passed away. And of course, Bruno Latour was one of the most celebrated humanists and philosophers of his generation. And for all his life, since starting out as a young anthropologist and then a guru of the philosophy and the social narrative in Europe and the United States, Latour criticized the usual concepts of reality, truth, facts, and science, preaching that very often they were ideological construct of our own society with this heritage of racism and repression and injustice and sexism, and so that it was difficult to define what concepts were, and when scientists were arrogant enough to say this is it and this is that, very often what they were postulating, it was simply a socially constructed narrative that wasn't depicting the reality out there. And actually, of course, more and more other postmodernist philosophers like Rorty or even Foucault earlier on were, implying that there is not a world, that mostly of what we consider reality is actually something that we as human beings, as historically productive individuals decided what to do. Rorty was very brilliant. Latour was always more ambivalent, and of course, being French and being Parisian, much better at in weaving a narrative, elegant and fancy. While Rorty was like a little more pragmatic, and so what he was saying was like a little harsher. That fundamentally, truth does not exist. Reality does not exist, and that they are all productive of our own narrative. What was very interesting for me, you don't laugh, but before being a journalist, I was a philosophy major, and I even taught mathematics and logics for a while in college. What really struck me was that in his last book, Down to Earth, in 2018, and in a very influential interview that he gave to the New York Times in 2019, shortly before the COVID pandemic, Latour made a U-turn. Latour made a U-turn, and all of a sudden, this influential, brilliant, famous humanist that all of his life had, in the Ivy League and at Stanford and here at Sciences Po in Paris, tried to, criticize reality and truth and start worrying. And he was like facing an issue that was very dear to him, that was climate change, and why so many people were against climate change. You know that 10 years ago in the United States, registered voters in the Republican Party, 50% believed in climate change and in science about climate change, and 50% did not believe on the science about climate change. After 10 years, 38% believe in the science of climate change of the registered Republican voters, and 62 does not believe in them. So the number of the non-believers, the number of people that believe disinformation is actually growing. Latour does not refer to these statistics, but this is so very interesting that it absolutely fits his last thoughts before dying on why maybe reality matters and why maybe truth matters and why maybe we should, and scientists and philosophers should be more careful about unleashing the virus of there is no reality out there. In the United States, where I live and teach, if you consider how many people got COVID and how many people the fresh air will save us from, how many people got COVID and how many people died of COVID in the general population, if you take the audience of the conservative channels, like networks like Fox News or Patriot America or the talk show, the conservative talk show on the radio, and you compare them to the general population, you'll see that the people listening to the conservative networks died and got COVID in a percentage that was much, much higher than the general population, because for many, many months they were taught not to get the vaccination, not to wear a mask. Where is my mask? I lost it. Not to take any social distance or precautions. And so we used to say, disinformation kills. And this was a metaphor, my friends. This was a metaphor, not particularly brilliant, but it was a metaphor. It's not a metaphor anymore. It's a news. Disinformation killed in the United States people simply because when they were at home at night with their remote control, they choose a channel over another channel. So what really impressed Latour at the end of his life, when he was younger, he really believed, and it's a very fascinating philosopher and thinker. We should all go back to his books. And when he was younger, for example, he would even argue when people say like, this doctor did research on the mummy of Ramses II, the Egyptian pharaohs, and he found that he died of tuberculosis. And Latour would question that, saying like, how is possible that he died of tuberculosis if the bacillum of the TB wasn't discovered yet? Because the microbe that we find belongs to the age where we find, and we cannot talk about reality of a concept that wasn't developed yet. And again, this is so very fascinating. This is so very fascinating when we discuss it, when you discuss it at Princeton, here at Sorbonne and stuff. But actually, is not that fascinating when you have to discuss it on a TV, on a website, discussing about the pandemics. And when Latour spoke to the New York Times in this very interesting interview that you find online, and in his last book is referring not to the pandemic but to the climate change, but the argument can be made absolutely at the same time with the pandemic. What is referring is that how can we find what truth is if people don't believe in the same facts that we believe? And if the past 30 or 40 years of philosophical thought teaches us that there are no facts, and that facts are what we made of them, then it becomes incredibly difficult for people to discuss the mass graves in Bucha. I went to Bucha in July to search for the mass graves, and I was really impressed. And I've been a journalist all my life, and I've been working and covering the war in the Ukraine since February 24. And I was totally impressed by the distance that there was by reality and what me, that I'm sick of reading the war every day and every night, how much different the situation was. First of all, my impression was that Bucha was very far away from the city center in Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine. Is much closer than the ride that I took today from the airport to this beautiful square. And the mass graves are there to be seen, to be visited. The people that opened them up are there on the main street, ready to talk. And at the same time, my own country, but in many of the different countries in Europe, there is a debate. There was a debate. Was it true? that was not true. It was they were actors, they were not actors. Well, how many? Well, but on the other hand, the facts that are so close to us, it's so easy for us to see, spot, analyze, are actually become like mirages in the desert. At the end of his life, Latour told us, facts remain robust only when they are supported by a common culture, by institutions that can be trusted, by a more or less decent public life, by more or less reliable media. This is a fantastic statement by a philosopher that spent his life doing exactly the opposite, saying that the media wasn't that reliable, that the institutions should be challenged, that the common culture should be put in under a question mark. This is why the disinformation is winning the war, because there is no a society in the Western world that has what Latour is saying, institution that can be trusted, a more or less decent public life, a more or less reliable media, and a common culture. The 28th century was a century of mass culture, of mass media, of mass communication, because there were masses. The mass media could talk to masses because there were masses. In the 21st century, we have individuals. I'm not saying that this is bad, not at all, because I'm old enough to spend half of my life in the 20th century, and it was bad. It was very, when the students are like, oh, I wish I, shut up. It was very bad. When people say, that we can't stand the political atmosphere in Italy. Today they tweeted this against me and they tweeted that against me and blah, blah, blah. And look at this. There is no respect between... It's like, buddy, when I was a cab reporter in Rome, the first time I was covering a political assassination by the terrorists, and all reporters say like, kid, can I tell you something? And I say like, yes. So like, when you cover a crime scene, the first thing you have to say, not to go with your shoes where the blood pool is, okay? So watch where you put your step. And I was stupid enough and was terrorized enough to actually walk on the guy's blood, and I still apologize. But when people said that the atmosphere is toxic, honestly, it was more toxic back then. There was no Twitter, there was no Facebook, there was no TikTok, but it was much worse. But we have to restore a debate, and we have to restore a community, and we have to restore a sense of common facts. 5 more minutes, then if you have a question, I'm glad to take them and to listen to your observation. I don't believe that this will come from political leaders. I don't believe that this will come from religious leaders. I don't believe at all that this will come from university professors. And the least of all this that I believe is that media guys can do this by themselves. I think that the job that we have to do, and I hope that the European Digital Media Observatory and all the wonderful people that are working with the European Digital Media Observatory, and of course we in Italy are trying to do our part. I think that the first thing that we have to do is to go in a position of listening. We have to go in a position of listening and to be very... this is hard for me to say, because when I say, usually my friend working against this information get very, very, very nervous. We have to listen to the people that share disinformation with respect. I'm not talking about the Russian trolls and Yevgeny Prigozhin and his internet research agency on 55 Savushkina Street. I'm not talking about the lobbyists that work on this information. I'm talking about the people that share it, that believe it. We see every day a mail by people at the time during the COVID pandemics, people saying, my wife or my husband or my father or my mother doesn't want to get vaccinated. I think he or she should. How can I convince them? Or people that's like, I'm afraid of being vaccinated. How can you convince? Meaning that in the disinformation world, there is not black and white. There is not in and out. There is not night and day. It's a very, very, very nuanced landscape. And we have to take every person as a person and listen to what he or she has to tell us and try to convince her or him not to trust what we are telling them, but to patiently go to the reality outside, because there is a reality, and check out what he thinks or what she thinks against reality. When I was younger, many years ago, I used to be a great believer in the definition of truth of Aristotle in the book of metaphysics. Don't Google me. It's book 4, but don't Google it because it may be not book 4, but for sure it's metaphysics. And what Aristotle used to say is that to say of what it is that it is and of what it is not that it is not is true. And to say of what it is that is not and of what it is not that it is false. And this is a so very brilliant 4 centuries before Christ definition of truth that it still applies. It still applies. What is the weakness? And I really apologize to Aristotle. It wasn't your fault if they invented social media, maestro, in the meantime. Aristotle thought about a physical world, okay? If you say, like the Polish philosopher 𝗧𝘂𝗲𝗍𝗂𝗓 used to say that the snow is white, you go check if the snow is white and you can check it. But of course online, this realistic check that Aristotle proposed us in the metaphysics is impossible. Because online, you can find snow of all the colors and all the shapes and all the format that you like. So the reason why are we on? Is it on the record or off the record?
On the record.
On the record. Thank you. This is why fact-checking and debunking are very important, and I'm a great believer in fact-checking and debunking. Still, I believe that they have limits, because when people go check, in Aristotle's time there was one snow. You go check the snow and you had the color of the snow. But today online, people will find all the sort of reality that they want. So how can we tell them what to believe? How can we tell what to believe? First of all, the posture of listening. Second is an attitude of not being arrogant at all. Is an attitude of I'm here to open a conversation with you. I'm not here on a position of preach to you. Let me be clear about this. This is for me very difficult to do because I was raised as a logician. So to me, what is true and what is false, and please shut up. But if I go out there on this attitude, I will lose. I will lose. Because I have to listen, I have to learn. And then when you listen to the stories of why people didn't trust, in the United States, there was a lot of trouble in the African American community to start getting vaccinated. And nurses in hospital. I have a certain hospital where we did research in mind, but let's leave it aside for now. African American nurses in a very important hospital were very reluctant to get vaccinated because they would say to their own colleagues and to the researcher, our community has been subjected as a guinea pig forever. All the vaccination, all the drugs that were like, controversial were first given to us. So let me hold your horses and let me study what this is about. And you cannot, get away from this. I mean, this is something, Latour was right on this. He was wrong on other angles, but he was right on this. You have to respect the fear, and you have to respect the attitude, and you have to respect the prejudice, even the prejudice that people can bring on the debate. And if you want to win them, over, at the same time, I promise I'm done. At the same time, and after we have listened to them, after, of course, there are plenty of technological gimmicks that we can use, artificial intelligence and data and complex analysis system, all this. At the same time, we have to be strong. At the same time, the ultimate analysis, we have to be strong, meaning that we have to accept that what is at stake in the fight against disinformation is not just what we think about the war in the Ukraine, what we think about the 2020 American election, what we think about Brexit, or what we think about the next round of vaccination on COVID. No. The real game, what is at stake, is if we can go on as organized democracies, or if we'll go to broken societies where pretty much the guy that has the best influencer tool of the day will win the game and will win the election. The technological innovation will give us wonderful tools, but it will give the forces of disinformation and the forces that want to break our societies even more powerful tools. Even more powerful tools. There is, in the Gospel of St. John, there is a beautiful, beautiful line that says, that is like, the banker motto. It says, like, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. And this is wonderful, right? And we read this, and we are energized, and go out there and work. At the same time, same Gospel, same evangelist, same John, it goes like a few pages further, and it goes like, mankind, of course saying men and women, prefer darkness to light. So you may offer truth to people, but people will like darkness better. Darkness is comfortable, darkness is fascinating. The narrative of disinformation, there is a wonderful, wonderful book by the late Italian writer Umberto Eco, Foucault's Pendulum, that is set partly here in Paris, about how powerful are the narrative of disinformation. It was like a 30 or 35 years ago book. Really, he saw it ahead of time. When our researcher come over to lunch in the cafeteria in school in Rome, they tell us, oh, I read this about the war, and they start telling the latest piece of disinformation, and everybody listens and is right, because this is beautiful, it's very well constructed. The only way we have to overcome this is to appeal to a sense of reality that we all have in ourselves. It doesn't matter to send them back to reality like Aristotle used to say, because then they will find reality online and betray us. But we can go to another philosopher, and I finish, that is pretty much a century ago, across the channel, the British philosopher Bertrand Russell. And he's, again, spent all his life trying to make sense that every sentence should have a logical representation. And then when he started fighting political fights and was a pacifist and tried to oppose World War I and then the H-bomb, he realized that to have a political debate, you cannot have a logical debate, that people, when have a political conversation, have passions, have irrational expectation, irrational fears, irrational hopes. And so he was lost because he was a logician and he tried to give a logical sense to every sentence. But then, very late in his life, and that's very interesting, it's exactly the same adventure that Bruno Latour did. At the end of their life, when the fights and the brouhaha of the academic life is over, they tend to go to the bottom line. And Russell realized that what really matters and what we can really hang on to is that each of us has a sense of reality. Each of us, deep inside, has, he calls it a sense for the shadow, beautifully, because of course he was a great writer, a sense for the shadow of things. Maybe we don't see the thing, but we see the shadow of the thing. And so this is what we should start working on, betting that people eventually will understand what is right for them, that people eventually will realize that watching that program will kill you, and will kill your kids, and will kill your relatives, and or that the mass graves are there, and that no matter what the disinformation can tell you, you cannot erase them. And it will take a lot of patience. It will take a lot of technology, and I salute and I really am gung-ho about all the examples that you gave us today. It will take a lot of assembling data and technology, but I think I'm very optimistic. I'm contradicting myself, because I started saying that we are losing the war against disinformation, but I'm very optimistic that eventually we will win at the end, because we will not destroy our community. There are forces that want to destroy our communities, but eventually I'm positive that the forces that want to keep the community together, as Latour and Bertrand Russell found out at the end of their lives, will prevail. Thank you. Grazie mille. Grazie. Now ask a lot of questions, because then that the organizers, this is the untold trick of conference. The organizer evaluate your speech on how many questions are asked. So when there is total silence,
Thank you, Gianni, for your presentation. We still have some time for questions, so who wants to start? No pressure. Elena?
A lot of pressure. Grazie.
Hello and thank you. It is a quick question. You talked about restoring. I understand restoring confidence and restoring what you were talking about that we don't have anymore. But you also talk about the 20th century not being an example. So the question is, if there is a reference of that we can look at as an example.
In this century?
Or in another one, but
okay.
yeah, I mean a period or a specific example that we can look at.
Okay. More? Okay.
Yes, so I wanted to ask you, you said like restoring credibility of an institution, right?
we must be like pleasing the people in order to believe us. But I don't think that evil stuff starts as evil. I think it transforms along with power. So, for example, if you become popular and we listen to you, where should we stop in order for, like, in 10 years, you don't use this popularity in a bad way?
More? So you talk a lot about facts and truth when you talk about information, and then you talk about the nurses that are fearful for their lives, and the people that feel that something is true. So, in your mind, does the difference between truth and misinformation boil down to emotion? If you feel something is true, or whether it is true or not.
I don't know, Gianni, do you need some?
Okay, no, maybe I'll answer this and then I'll come to you.
Okay, you will remember.
Yeah, no, I hope so. Otherwise, you'd simply remind me. Don't. Start from the last one. The great philosopher Spinoza used to say, nec ridere, nec lugere, sed intelligere. Don't cry, don't smile, understand. But he was wrong. Because later on, the anthropologist Gregory Bateson said, last century, tears are an intellectual fact. And he was right, because passions, emotions are a rational way of understanding. We now know that rational intelligence is important, but emotional intelligence, the way you react when you see things, is as important as it is. So, I think that the fear, if you belong to a community that's been persecuted, you have a right to be skeptical of people that persecuted you. And if you belong to a community that has suffered of racism, of repression, rationally, I can tell you it's over. Don't be nervous. It's totally over. But you have a total right to be fearful and to be wary and to be skeptical. And I think that thank you for your question, because when I went to the Ukraine in July, I covered other wars when I was younger, and you know what? The difference was the first difference was that my daughter was terrified because she was like, "Dad, I mean, you're going with a bulletproof vest. You are too weak. You don't do that." So the first thing that you're very old, so the people get nervous about you. But apart from that, is that when you're younger, the war is the war, and you want to cover the war. When you're older, you start understanding that you get very close to the people that you see there. I mean, you interview the person, and instead of saying, "Okay, thank you, now you can die in peace," and I live. Like you do when you're younger, because you get glued to the story, and then you are there to do a job. At the same time, you understand that it's real. This is not a movie, and so yes. What I meant trying to present to you is that when we say to engage the emotions of people, the emotion of communities, we have to be able to do that. But if you don't play ourselves and make ourselves at play, and bet against ourselves, we won't win the game. The other question from the simply say it again in 1 sec.
Yes, sir. It was, if you win the attention, where does the trust stops? Like, when is the...
Okay, and then I'll come to you. I'm terribly bad in telling people or suggesting to people or debating the great battle to regain trust. I've given lecture in the European Union on rebuilding trust, but I'm very lousy because when I was trained as a young reporter, we were trained to work against trust. You don't have to trust the prime minister. You have to trust the president. You have to trust the Pope. Our role was like to challenge trust, and so. As a grown-up or even old people, now we have to rebuild trust. I always say this is a matter for political leaders. This is a matter of religious leader or philosopher. They have to rebuild trust. The only thing that I can say is that what rebuilds trust is behavior. If I do something, I behave in a certain way, I try to stick to what I say in my public life, then I see that the trust increases. When we follow the reaction of people on the social media, on what we say, on what we do, on what we post, it's clear that more than what we say is what we do that is interesting for the people. When we say, like, we have to fight disinformation, so we'll go there in that community and work with the people and engage the community leaders, we see that this grows. So whoever wants to raise his public trust, we did a research for the Italian Catholic Church that has, of course, a lot of problem of trust. And it was very interesting because when they asked us, find the sources of disinformation against the Catholic Church, okay, I was an altar boy when I was a kid, so I was particularly impressed. 95% of the sources of disinformation against the Pope and the Catholic Church in Italy are from Catholic sources. 95%. I mean, the atheist, the non-Catholic are the 5%. It doesn't really matter. And this is something, it's a lack of trust within the community, not outside the community attacking them. And your question in 1 sec? What you were talking about?
About restoring.
Okay. The problem with restoring trust or restoring truth, or when I meant about the 20th century and the 21st century, is that the 20th century was a vertical century. So the communication was top down. And it doesn't matter if you were living in a democracy or if you were living in a dictatorship, the message would always go from up to down. And there were communities, and of course, the more you go to the end of the century, the top of the pyramid became bigger and bigger, and there were more sources communicating and talking to the base. But the bottom line of last century was that the communication was done by few to the masses. If you ask the mainstream journalists here, but in Italy or in the United States, doesn't change. Say, like, what changed? What broke the business model of communication? They will say the web. The social media, the web broke the traditional mainstream media business model and professional model. They're wrong. They're totally wrong. They're wrong because they don't want to see what happened. What happened is that people wanted a different approach of communication, but before the web and before the social media, they could not have them because there was no other way around. In fact, the circulation of newspaper, even in this country, started to go, in Europe, started to go down the circulation of newspapers in the 80s and the 90s last century. In the United States, in the 70s, because people were looking for something that was less centralized. And of course, they had no alternative before the web, but as soon as they got the alternative, they switched. When you look and when you study and when you consider communication revolution, never, ever, ever look at the technology. Look at the culture. Look at the content. When we were in school, at least when I was in school, they would tell you, well, the invention of the printing press changed Europe, and then the Reformation started, and then revolution started, the French Revolution, we're in Paris, and blah, blah, blah. Fair enough, fair enough. It remains to be explained why Korea and China and Japan, that invented the printing press centuries before Europe, didn't have the revolution. I always fond of saying and tease my students that the Roman invented the printing press. They didn't use lead like us because they were Romans, so they used gold that was as pliable as lead. But then they found that the slaves, the Greek slaves, were much cheaper way of reproducing text, and so they kept using. So the technology sparks the revolution when the culture is ready for the revolution. Otherwise, the technology waits for the revolution. More question? I hope that I answer your question. More? There was another lady there. Okay.
Let's say, sorry, I'm back. Sorry, let's say final question. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you for your lecture. And my question was, do you believe there are people beyond saving? Like,
do I believe?
Do you believe that there are people who are so deep in the propaganda, for example, that they are beyond saving?
That they are not?
Beyond saving. Cannot be saved.
Nice question to conclude.
No. On the plane, I read the reaction on the social media. Very often we do an experiment that is like I'm talking about now Russian trolls and pro-Russian trolls simply because there is a war going on, and in my own country, in Italy, there is a huge community, many in good faith, many because they are like anti-American, or they are pro-Russian, or they are like the old communists, or they are a pacifist that think like the Pope, that it doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong, the war has to stop. And sometimes we send a ballon d'essai, meaning that we do a particularly crystal clear social media statement, and then we see how the community of the trolls reacts. And it's wonderful. It's really wonderful because, first of all, they do, I love this, circadian cycle. They sleep, the trolls sleep. They don't post at night in Italy, at night in France, or at night in the United States, and they post when people are up, and they have cycles of insults, meaning that sometimes they quote something that a very famous journalist said against me, and then they do it for like 10 hours, and after that is something that I said in a talk show, or something that I wrote in an article, and the cycle goes on and on forever. And these are the trolls, and you cannot ignore the trolls, because when people say, but these are trolls, trolls are real people, because trolls are designed by people, activated by people, financed by people, read by people. So there is the famous movie Kagemusha, The Shadow of the Warrior, right? The emperor is not available, so they put someone else in his armor and they send him charging. People don't know who's inside the armor, if it's a real person or a troll. So you have always to consider the trolls as human being. When you talk about human being, I think that some of them should burn at stake. And at the same time, this is like, ethical or moral judgment that is totally pointless when you try to win the war of disinformation. And because you say like, oh, these are bad people. These are bad people, so it's totally ineffectual, because bad people have millions of people, and some of them are even good that are following them. Let me tell you, can you have a minute for a story? No? Yes? Okay. No, just a second. When I was on the front line in the Ukraine across Kherson, where now there is like very, very, very bloody fights. At a certain time, we were visiting a village, trying to convince people to evacuate, and then the Russian side and the secessionist side start shelling the community from very close, from just a few miles away, and so that the captain that was in charge of me, and of course was very worried that this old Italian reporter would get maimed, and then it would be yet to explain why the old reporter was maimed. So he was terrified. And we took over, and he started chatting, and he goes like, and this is so very, cogent to our conversation today. He started saying, especially because we're in Paris, started saying, you know whose fault it is? You know whose fault it is? And I was like, Putin, right, he's shelling us. Fuck, why is shelling us? Erase that from the record. And he goes like, Baudrillard. I was like, Captain, what are you talking about? It's like Jean Baudrillard. It's like, are they bombing us because of Jean Baudrillard? And he goes on a wonderful, wonderful conversation, explaining that there is this beautiful, and I went back to read, and he was right, conference given, like, very likely here in Paris or somewhere around here, by Baudrillard about simulacra, saying like, power used to be important because of reality on his side. The king would say, behead him, and or the revolutionary would say, behead the king, and power was behind the king or the revolution. But now the captain told me what is really important is the shadow, the simulacrum, as Baudrillard would say. So Putin knows that what he's saying is not true. The Nazi, Ukraine, they want to attack us. But he created a shadow of things, a shadow of reality that is so credible for his own community. They are still following him. So for me, it was, because, like, this is the way I'm going to die. Bombed by Putin, listening to the Baudrillard lecture. But the captain was right. The captain was right. People are dying because there is like a Chinese shadow game. And Baudrillard was very, very, very visionary in understanding decades ago now that we won't fight over reality, but now we are fighting over shadows. That's why what Russell told us a century ago is still relevant. We need to appeal to the reality shadow that people have inside to win this. Grazie. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, Gianni. I know you might be tired, but I think we will go with the announcement. Is that okay? Yeah? I think people are, a bit stressed now. So we will have one member of each jury to announce the prize.
Can I stay here, or should I go?
Oh, as you like. Do you want to do the prize announcement?
No.
You don't know the winners. No, I'm joking. You don't know the winners. Me neither, actually. Okay, so we'll start with the artist for media, because we will take it as the order of the days. So Hannah will announce the winner of the artist for media. The prize for the winner team is 5,000 euros. And yeah.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Right. So before I announce the winners, I'm not going to stretch it out too much, but I just want to remind everyone of the artists who contributed to this, because I think we've all gained so much from the opportunity to hear from them over the past few days and work with them in different ways for the period we've done. So in the order of appearance on the MediaFutures websites, the artists I want us all to show appreciation for are 𝗢𝗂𝗍𝘂𝗋, Malia Guseva, Slava Romanov, Sophia Oscar for Edit Wars, Kasia Mulga for How Many Heartbeats to Send an Email, Mark Farid for Invisible Voice, Michael Wallinger and Blaukind for Synthetic Identity Speculations, and Mihai Kornai for The More the Better, Two Truths and a Lie, and just show some appreciation for all of those artists. Thank you. And the winner is Edit Wars. So.
So there were two prizes to give for SMA, one for artists and one for startup. And we decided to give both prizes to the Oracle Network. Really, congratulations, because we had a long discussion and there were good teams, so yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so it seems we're going to have opportunities to take pictures with the winners after we had some drinks. I don't know who's in charge of this marketing idea, but I'm sure it's going to be great. I was one of the 3 panelists on the Startup for Citizen panel. You may remember we had 3 teams that presented this afternoon. Just to start by saying that the panel really appreciated that the 3 startups are solving or are trying to solve real-world problems and challenges and misinformation and disinformation that affect us all as individuals and as businesses and as society. We're also really impressed by the quality of the pitches, and we discussed each of the propositions for a long time, and it was a tough decision to make. And the winner of this last track is Factiverse. And the reasons, congratulations. So we really liked the potential of the idea, and we would very much encourage you to continue to do user research and work with media organizations, because we see a flurry of features that you could add to the product. Would be really exciting to see where that product goes in your journey. Congratulations. And to end with Spinoza again. So he said in English, I think it was, don't cry, don't rage, understand, right? So I'm going to say to everyone else, congratulations, don't cry, don't rage, celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was perfect. I want to say congratulations to all of you. Thank you for all of you for being there. Thank you for all the teams that helped us organize this event, and all the jury members and all the great work that you all did. I think we will do the pictures before drinking. So what would be nice would be to have each of the winners to come and let's say first all together, all the teams together on stage. We'll do the collective picture and then we'll do one picture per winner. Okay? And the others wait for us for the drink, please. See you. Oh, yeah, the drinks are downstairs again. Two. Yeah, it's better. -2. Yeah, we'll enjoy together. All teams, not just the winning teams. All teams on stage. Sorry, I wasn't clear enough.
So building those taxonomies. We have a project at the moment with and we have another one that is starting right now that looks at music and video and things and sort of creates these metadata structures. All right, let's go.
We have to sit down.
Are you luxury? Yes, all the time. Shall we try to move this?
Already fit.
Ruin the setup. Yeah. Anyone who wants to
You look fantastic. Which way?
With Luis as well.
Oh
yeah, with the
Final. We don't hide you, right? Okay.
May I join?
Yeah, you can come.
remember to breathe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll send you one because now we have to get it out of the show.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you. It was really good. So. Oh, sorry. No, I'm not sure if you don't get cocktail.
Can I take a picture of the floor? Now that you're there. They want me to.
Let's go.
But please don't leave because you're next. Good. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Thank you. Of course.
Thank you very much.
Oh, now we have again.
It's a problem. You want another picture?
No, I want to. Oh, yeah. Okay.
But not on the.
One, two, three. Hey, you want to join us? No? Okay. Oh, sorry.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes. Chris, do you want to join us?
Of course.
Congratulations. Now you can actually relax.
Yeah, I was a wreck this morning, so.
Cool. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
You did the soundtrack for this.
Yes,